find the source of all truth. Bless our Winnebago County students leaving our communities, and bless all those who are coming here to learn. Amen.
We have a motion to adopt tonight's agenda. Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? Not hearing any. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Nay. Carried. Okay, next thing on the agenda will be for people to make comments to the county board with pursuant to rules of 6.4, 8.1, and 10.1 of the 2022-2024 rules of the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors. The county board shall limit all comments to 2 minutes. So we'll let you go up and speak for 2 minutes at a time. There will be a timer on you, not that we're trying to coax you to go ahead, but there is timers that you'll see right up on top of there. So anyone wishing to speak may go to either one of the public ones and state your name and address and what you'd like to speak on.
Karen D. Powers, 2510 Village Lane in Oshkosh. At the June 21st County Board meeting, we discussed Resolution 68-062022 to authorize a capital project and funding of $259,900 from bond proceeds to Ford design and construct a remodel of the USDA office suite to conform to General 5 Services Administration lease requirements. I asked the facilities director about a required designated mother's room in the plans. He told us there was already a designated room in the Coughlin building. I made 4 trips out there looking for the room and contacted the directors of the county departments there. They weren't aware of a mother's room. One member of the clerical staff of one of our departments there told me that when she had to pump, she sat in a closet. We voted on this resolution based on faulty information. There is a meeting room C with chairs and a sink, but no changing table. And when it's scheduled for another meeting, it isn't available to nursing mothers. I'm asking Mr. Elder to relook at his plans and to make the necessary changes to include a mother's room in the Coughlin building. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll go on this side.
Thank you, Chairman. Name's Steve Lenz, 721 Kensington, Neenah. I wanted to speak out against Resolution 87, the sanctuary resolution. Basically, the way I see it, the number of counties in the United States that are already are already sanctuary counties for the First Amendment is all of them, because it's the Constitution, and that's kind of the law of the land. But I also wanted to caution folks in this boardroom. I know my first year on the board 4 years ago, I got caught up with a lot of the partisan ideas that were coming around on these resolutions, and I learned a lot from my fellow supervisors, one of which even went as far as to refer to a lot of these things as feel-good measures. But what I learned was we got to do our best to keep partisan politics out of the nonpartisan bodies in our state. They erode things and they prevent the county governments and the city governments, municipal governments from doing what they need to do for measures that are basically just going to push the pendulum one way, only so it can swing back the next way. And at the end of the day, things don't get done. And while that might be all right for Madison, or at least they're used to it in Madison, Winnebago County is better than that. So I ask the supervisors in this room to please be careful with the resolutions and make sure that they're meaningful ones that the people actually want. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Terry Rushing, and I live in the city of Oshkosh, 249 West 17th Avenue. I want to thank you all for serving on the board and representing our county. I would like to voice my thoughts on 2 of the resolutions on tonight's agenda, as well as the proposed or apparent dissolution of the Diversity Affairs Commission. Resolution number 8508-2022, prohibiting the use of private donations to administer elections. We just ask that you please vote in favor of this prohibition. Public elections need to be secure for the public interest and not subject to private administration or funding. Decisions on elections should not be influenced by any private donation monies. Number 2, resolution number 8708-2022, declaring Winnebago County, Wisconsin a First Amendment sanctuary. The county board should always keep the First Amendment in its sights when considering any vote or decision. This would keep the rights of each individual person at the forefront of all that is done in Winnebago County. And number 3, there's apparently a movement to dissolve the Diversity Affairs Commission. I would be in full agreement with that dissolution of the commission. It's been an unnecessary waste of this board's precious time and energy. This commission is not meeting a need in our county. And in fact, the ideology that the commission seeks to promote is practically and morally damaging to our county and families. Thank you.
Thank you. You're more than welcome to talk on anything tonight, but I just want to tell everyone that the diversity affairs is not on tonight's agenda. You can still talk about it, but just so you realize there'll be no voting on it or talked about on the county board floor tonight. So, next, sir.
My name is Bill Nelson. I live at 784 Sunshine Lane in Neenah. I'm here to speak against the resolution for sanctuary status for the First Amendment. The intent is clearly to restrict county employees from enforcing mandates, orders, or laws considered unconstitutional. I would ask who determines whether they are unconstitutional? The board, the sheriff, respective mayors, police chiefs, local citizens. Who determines what are other clearly established constitutional rights? Recently, a Georgia Police Department and DA thought it was unconstitutional to fully investigate or referred charges against 3 white men for the murder of a black man. Do we want prospective students, teachers, skilled workers, or guests at the AA to know their rights may be subject to local interpretation of constitutional law? None of our rights are absolute. Free speech does not allow 2 or more people to talk about or plan to overthrow our government. Nor can anyone verbally or otherwise pass national defense secrets to an enemy. We can enforce quarantine of citizens with active Ebola infection, even though doing so will restrict their pursuit of happiness. We can restrict the movement of citizens who have highly infectious, multi-drug resistant tuberculosis. Will the county restrict funding for enforcement of these measures? Lastly, the constitutions of the United States and Wisconsin both guarantee the right to petition the government for redress of grievances. It does not grant the right to disobey the law or fail to enforce them. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to address?
Hello, my name is Jared Longsign. I live at 132 West 25th Avenue in Oshkosh, Wisconsin. I am the chair of the Diversity Affairs Commission for Winnebago County. I'm well aware it's not on the docket tonight. On August 4th, we did vote to dissolve our group. In addition, others have concluded the same, or came to the same conclusion, but the DAC has some fundamental flaws that hinder it serving the community, and those things will likely be discussed at future meetings. Tonight, I don't really want to go into the specifics of it, but I just want to address a couple things. I've seen traffic on social media that enlisted people from various political persuasions to provide input into keeping or disbanding the group. And while this does draw political interest and consideration, it's been my observation that there are layers of this issue that are knit for this specific group. While there may be debate on having a group like this in Winnebago County, it is clear to me that the current iteration has significant structural flaws, inadequate strategic planning, too broad of mission, difficulty in enlisting consistent resources, and more. In fact, it's my opinion that many of the tasks could simply be managed in other places. This is not overtly political or moral in my position, but just stating how I see it. Winnebago County is already infinitely more diverse than we like to recognize or realize. This summer, our community hosted a Pride Festival at South Park with little negative attention. Oshkosh West, the students themselves, hosted a Diversity Day in May. We had a Hmong Memorial Day celebration. Each week we have a farmer's market with a great number of different people from every background intermingling with one another. We have an African-American lieutenant governor who's now running for Senate and much more. Our community is much more diverse than we even think it is. Private and public sectors have already included diversity initiatives and included many different types within people of leadership. And I just want to make sure that when it does go through the UW board or UW Extension Board, whatever the decision is there's more than just political reasons. There's strategic and administrative reasons for dissolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to address the board?
I'd like to speak in favor of 87-08.
State your name and address, please.
Sorry, Jordan Hanson, 14A East Custer Avenue, Oshkosh. I'd like to speak in favor of 87-082022. There's probably no right we have that's more important than our right to freedom of speech and freedom of association and freedom of expression for political and non-political reasons. It's there not just to protect our ability to redress grievances with our government, but it's there for our right to pursue happiness as well. The county board affirming that would go a long way towards protecting that right. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to address the board? Anyone else wishing to address the board? Anyone else in the audience wish to address the board? If not, we do have one on Zoom, they said? No? They got two on there, they said. Okay, can you just hold on? I'm going to call on these two, and then you'll be right with you. We're on, Sue, would you, who? Jennifer Koser. Can you hear us, Jennifer? Jennifer, you have to unmute yourself. Jennifer Koser.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Jennifer Koser, 5872 Harbor South Drive in Winneconne. There's a few things I want to speak on tonight. First of all, resolution number 85, prohibiting the use of private donations to administer elections. I ask that you please vote in favor of this resolution. Resolution number 87, declaring Winnebago County, Wisconsin a First Amendment sanctuary. I ask that you please vote in favor of this resolution. And resolution number 89, authorizing acceptance of the Mobilizing Community for a Just Response Grant in the amount of $63,000 to support a just recovery initiative for communities disproportionately impacted by the pandemic, by structural inequities, and for all public health issues. I ask that you please vote against this resolution. This resolution is about gathering information and then using that information to implement health equity in the county. It's cleverly disguised as a feel-good program to help people who are impacted by COVID. But equity is not equality, and equity is a Marxist idea that leads to division and racism. Also, this grant money for the resolution is coming from the CDC, which in my opinion is highly suspect. In the last 2.5 years, the CDC has made a lot of mistakes regarding COVID especially, and they have proven themselves to be an organization that cannot be trusted. So grant money is never really free. There's always strings attached. And in my opinion, Winnebago County should not accept funds from the CDC. One final thing.
You have 22 seconds left, Jennifer.
I also ask that you please vote to dissolve the Diversity Affairs Commission when this issue is brought to the board. I've been watching this commission for the last 1.5 years. I've listened to their meetings and attended their online events. They have not done anything useful or created anything tangible for Winnebago County. The only thing they've done is to promote Marxist
Time's up, Jennifer. Wrap it up.
ideas. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's on now, Sue?
I don't see one.
No one else is left on? One more, they said.
Oh, who is that? Oh, Len Kaczynski.
Len Juszczynski?
Okay, thank you. Len Kaczynski, 832 Neff Court, Village of Fox Crossing. I came also to speak in support of two resolutions that are before you tonight. First of all, Resolution 87-082022, making Winnebago County a First Amendment sanctuary. I don't think it should be any surprise to anyone in this audience that the First Amendment has been under attack for several years in many sinister ways, including suppression through social media and through governmental coordination with social media. First Amendment in this county came under attack after the pandemic started, and when a church in Oshkosh was shut down by the police when it was holding services, even though they were socially distancing and taking other responsible steps to protect their parishioners from getting COVID. That is what this resolution is meant to deal with. I'd say further, and for the future, we have the rise of the transgender movement, which is often imposing speech codes on people in government buildings, institutions, and schools, saying if you don't tell somebody their preferred pronouns, you're engaging in hate speech and you need to be shut down. This amendment will send a message that that sort of behavior is unacceptable. So I'd ask you to please pass it. The other resolution I want to speak about is the use of private donations to administer elections, the so-called Zuckerbucks resolution. We all know that there were a number of places that got these funds. They are a corrupting influence on our election system. They're used, for example, to enhance ballot curing in manners that are not authorized by state law, and in fact is the subject of a current lawsuit regarding instructions by the election boards regarding ballot curing. It's
Time
simply
is just
not
about up.
something that the
Wrap
private
it up.
sector, we'd ask you to accept that resolution.
Thank you. Is there anybody else on there? Okay, I know there was another lady in the audience that wanted to speak.
Hello, my name is Sarah Schertzer, and I live in Winnebago County. And the three resolutions that I would like to speak on tonight is resolution number 87-082022, declaring Winnebago County, Wisconsin a First Amendment sanctuary. I agree with that, and I would like that to, and then also dissolving the Diversity Affairs Commission completely. I have a son who is in the UWO system, and I don't believe that it's helped him at all through all of COVID and everything else, because as a black person, you could wear a mask, and he didn't. He's like, so if I don't wear a mask, it's okay, but if I do wear a mask, it's okay too. So I don't believe in diversing people, and we are supposed to be a unity. And then also the resolution of 85-082022, prohibiting the use of private donations to administer. I aim to protect the integrity of our local elections, and I know that this here is a majority of those that are present, so those, please, do right.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? Anyone else wishing to speak before the board tonight? Last time, anyone else? Not hearing or seeing anyone, I thank you all, and that part is closed. Next is communication petitions, memorial accounts, commendations. I thought you were on before.
Good evening, everyone. On your desks tonight, you found our new directories for this year. And that's yours to take home with you. Okay, is that better? All right. On your desks tonight, we put new directories for the 2022-2023 year. If by chance we made a mistake, would you please let us know so that we can correct it, and it would be corrected on the website. For tonight, We have a notice of claim from Mark Morgan for damages to his vehicle while driving on County Road G from road repair to replace a culvert. This will be referred to the Personnel and Finance Committee. We have resolutions from other counties. From Brown County, resolution number 22-093R, a resolution for advisory referendum regarding private funding of election administration, will be referred to the Legislative Committee. From St. Croix County, resolution number 25-2022, resolution to request state revise the current real estate transfer fees revenue sharing formula, will also be referred to the Legislative Committee. We have 3 petitions for zoning amendments that will all be referred to the Planning and Zoning Committee. 001 from Jerry Van Lannen for Ayla Von Holmes LLC in care of Todd Hutchinson in the town of Black Wolf to rezone from B2 Community Business to B3 General Business. 002 from Teresa Blade, town of Nepieskin, to rezone from A2 General Agriculture to R1 Rural Residential. 003 for Troy A. Dietering in the town of Neenah to rezone from R1 Rural Residential to A2 General Agriculture. And then I missed putting the commendation for Beth Biesinger as part of my communications. It is a resolution on the agenda, so I'm going to just read it at this time. Congratulations to Beth Biesinger on a long, wonderful, and dedicated career of service to others. Beth retires from the Winnebago County Department of Human Services, ADRC, after a 32-year career. She was originally hired as a full-time service coordinator in the Clinical Services Unit and later a service coordinator on the Supportive Living team. In 2010, when the ADRC came into existence, Beth accepted a position as an ADRC specialist and has worked in this role until her retirement on August 1st, 2022. We would like to wish Beth a very happy and busy retirement and thank her for the years of good service to the people of Winnebago County. So many people's lives have been positively affected by Beth's work in the many years she has been on our team. Thank you, Beth, for your kindness and wisdom.
Thank you. Next will be the approval of July 19th, 2022 regular session board proceedings. Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? Not hearing any. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Carried. County Executives Report.
You forgot the reports from committees, commissions, and boards.
Oh, I'm sorry. Before we do that, I'm sorry. Reports from committees, commissions, and boards. Supervisor Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of things. First of all, I'd like to report on my trip to the NACO annual conference in Adams County in Colorado. I did have the clerk send it by email a written report and also an article in NACO News about one of the workshops that I attended. But for even a more thorough description and the events, if you get NACO News, it had a very thorough, many different articles, including the one workshop on parks and how parks are adapting or to the after COVID, and also about the opiate crisis. But let me just tell you a couple of my highlights that I personally was part of. As part of the Human Services and Education Steering Committee, we went off-site to Adams County, their Human Services building. They have innovative programs. They have a on-site cafeteria where they have a learning program where people learn culinary skills. They have a place, a thrift store, so if people, residents need items, they can go right there and get it. They have a place where if children have to stay overnight for foster, until they find a foster home, they can stay right there in a home, like a very modern house, very homey, not like a very nice place. They also, amenities they had for employees, they had a workout area that was open 6 days a week. And they also had an on-site health care facility for people there. That was one of the highlights. The second highlights that I had on Saturday, we went on off-site to their elections communication, or not, election center. When they say election center, it's a center. It's 2 warehouses worth of machines of ballots. They have to keep ballots for 2 years. It's a very thorough way of doing things. Of course, in Colorado, they have a system of where they have mail-in voting. basically, and many people, and interesting, though, they only have 2 elections every 2 years. They're busy all year round. The last thing about the conference, I gotta say, is the speaker, the final speaker, was one Mick Ebeling, who was the founder of Not Impossible Labs. If you go on YouTube, you can see any of his talks. It's similar to what he gave us. He takes impossible ideals and makes them possible. This guy, and I'm holding up the book that I bought, artificial hand that he made for young children and people in Africa were getting, for warlords would bomb their areas, and shrapnel would destroy and cut off their arms and hands, but he found a way to have artificial hands. He has found a way, his lab, not him, but his lab, has found a way for people to hear sound, and has found a way to actually control people with Parkinson's disease, control their shake. So that was a very inspiring and interesting speaker they had on the last day. That's the one thing. The second thing I want to talk about is I had the clerk's office. Y'all were emailed a park survey that I had the Parks Committee sent to everyone. It's 4 or 5 very simple, very basic questions. I would appreciate it, and the Parks Committee would appreciate it if you could return that, fill it out and return that by the end of the month. So that's my report, the NACO trip and the Parks Committee survey, which I hope everyone completes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Supervisor Defferting.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd also like to report about my time at the NACO annual conference. On the Justice and Public Safety Committee, that was an all-day meeting. It started at 9 o'clock and ended at around 5:30, and we did have a break for lunch. We've had several presentations at that meeting, and one of them in particular I wanted to point out was how they focused on restorative justice specifically for juvenile delinquents. And they provided an example of one particular late teen who was convicted of many vandalizations, a lot of graffiti that was being put up. And with restorative justice, what they did is first off, they made him paint over everything that he graffitied. And then they took a look at him too, and where he came from and his background. And they realized that he did have some artistic talents, and they connected him to local resources as a way for him to express himself, and also addressed his other needs through his life. He came from a broken home, and certainly had some issues there in regards to even as finding a place to stay. So they connected him to local resources there to get a roof over his head and start applying for jobs. And it was a very heartwarming story. Everything on that agenda that I forwarded to everyone at the county board, every resolution there did pass. There was one particular resolution that I felt was worth bringing up, though, and that's the one in regards to how FEMA's National Flood Insurance Program, by way of the Endangered Species Act, could turn into the National Flood Insurance Program being a federal regulatory body over county jurisdiction through that Endangered Species Act. And we voted to say that anything in regards to that, the Endangered Species Act, any lands that are considered to be a floodplain that may also have endangered species in it, should have input from state and local jurisdictions before they proceed, and as you know, them getting input first before they proceed with anything going forward, and that the National Flood Insurance Program's authority is narrowly tailored specifically as flood insurance, not as a regulatory body to local county jurisdictions. And so that was one I wanted to bring up. But one of the other things too, and I've mentioned this to a couple other supervisors, but it was one of my favorite things to do is talk to other supervisors throughout the United States on how their county government is done. And I mentioned this before at when I returned from the legislative conference in March, but we didn't have all these new supervisors here, so I want to bring this up again too. There's been several other counties out there. I spoke with Teresa Daniel from Dallas County. They have 2.7 million people, but they have only 5 supervisors. And when I made the mention that we have 178,000 people in our county and 36 districts, she almost fell off her chair and said, "How do you guys get anything done?" And I said, "Well, we talk about it. And we talk about it, we bring it to committee, and we discuss it at committee. We have public hearings, and if need be, we'll have another public hearing on it. That's how we get it done." There's a lot of other counties that I spoke to where they're, like for instance, Adams County, where that conference was held. They have a 625 or 650,000 people, but only 6 supervisors. So we have a lot of very local representation here in Winnebago County, and I think a lot of our residents here should be thankful that we have that local representation. So that was just something I wanted to bring up there. But it was a great conference. It was very educational, and I attended to a lot of forums there. One other thing I wanted to bring up too, and this is not NACO related, this is in regards to committee right sizing for Winnebago County. I know that Supervisor Zestera has started the conversation in regards to how many committees we do have here at Winnebago County, and if we need to either consolidate or make our county government more efficient. And I know that obviously we've had some discussions already about diversity in fairs. That's kind of a tangent subject here. However, the Wisconsin Counties Association has actually had a presentation on committee right sizing, and they did this already in December of 2021, and it's available on their website too. If you go to click on past events and you go to December 13th of 2021, you'll see a PowerPoint presentation and an hour-long YouTube presentation with the Wisconsin Counties Association, with the county administrator from La Crosse County and Ozaukee County about what they did in regards to committee right sizing for county government. And we are going to have Jake Curtis from Atolis Law, who is the general counsel for the Wisconsin Counties Association. He was formerly an Ozaukee County supervisor a couple decades ago, and before he joined Atolis Law. And he will be doing a presentation on this at the Judiciary and Public Safety Committee meeting on September 12th at 6 p.m. At the Sheriff's Office. I invite all supervisors to attend and ask as many questions as you like. But the presentation itself was on YouTube was very educational. I got to find out a couple of things in regards to how La Crosse and Ozaukee County have done things. One example is they decided to roll their ADRC committee into their Human Services Board. They also looked at payment structure for their supervisors too. We have a per diem payment method here. They decided to go with a monthly salary there. And these are all questions that we can bring to Jake at September 12th at the Judiciary Public Safety. And the plan is, the intention is that we'll take a look at this, study it, debate it, discuss it, and then we will vote on it for 2024 going forward. So something that would begin in 2024 when the term ends and the new term begins, so that we know exactly what we're going to be doing going forward instead of interrupting in a current term. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Bender.
I'd just like to inform the county board that the diversity committee will be on our agenda for the extension on Thursday at 9 o'clock. I'd encourage you to tune in and give us your opinion. I can tell you that Outagamie County is looking for a full-time diversity coordinator. They believe there is a need for a diversity coordinator, somebody to oversee. I worked for this county for 24 years, and I can tell you, if you didn't have thick skin, you weren't going to work very well in the highway department, because it isn't this great environment like some people want to make out, that you come to work every day with a smile on your face. There were people in there that got picked on a regular basis, and I wouldn't want to bend them, and I think we need to educate our employees, and we want to stick our head in the sand and say we don't have a problem. Well, go ahead. We can get rid of this commission, but I tell you, there was only one member of that commission that was on it since it started. The other member was there about 8 months, and the other 3, these are their first or second meetings they attended. How can you give an honest opinion when you've only attended 1 or 2 meetings and say that you need to end a commission? You know, they didn't ask the 2 supervisors that were on that commission if we would come and help them to basically go through the process. I got the job posting. I gave it to Supervisor Coran that I was looking into getting a halftime coordinator. I talked to the county exec. I was going to bring it forward in the budget if he wouldn't put it in the budget. You know, we were going to work on a handbook to educate our employees. When we get like 20, 25 new employees, spend a half a day, tell them what's acceptable and what's not acceptable. You know, make this a place you want to come to work. We had 2 suicides in the last 4 months. Our employees killed themselves. You know, why? We don't know. But I'm sure that this is such a great work environment, we wouldn't have had 2 suicides. I mean, and the rest of the employees have to deal with that. I mean, imagine 2 of your coworkers basically thinking that life is so bad that they have to kill themselves. You know, so I'm all for the commission, and I hope that some of you take the time to attend the meeting on Thursday.
I hope nobody thinks that it's because you work for Winnebago County, though, that they committed suicide. We don't want that to go out. But I agree with you, and I think it should be noted, we're not going to do any voting or whatever tonight, but that meeting is Thursday. The Ag Extension, I don't know what number it's in. University, it's in the Coughlin Center anyways. If you want to speak out or whatever, it goes to them. They will come forth with their decision, and then it'll come to the county board. So it's still, any of you that want to speak out to them, it's Thursday morning at the Coughlin Center. Supervisor Zastera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to give a couple of committee updates on ADVCAP as well as the Solid Waste Management Board. I'd just like to read, first of all, the director highlights on solid waste, just so that you're all aware of what's going on there. The transfer station operations continue shipping waste to the Outagamie and Brown County landfills, shipping recycling to the Tri-County Recycling Facility. The director informed us about a fire that occurred in the waste portion of the transfer station in the overnight hours of July 8th and 9th. Thankfully, no injuries or damage to property were noted, other than some sprinkler heads, light fixtures. We were able to see a video on this, and we noted fireworks igniting inside the building. The Solid Waste Department staff and Oshkosh Fire Department personnel coordinated efforts in an outstanding manner to extinguish the burning waste, limiting the damages to the building and equipment, and having the waste transfer station ready for full operation on July 11th. Secondly, landfill gas to energy operations continue to maximize on-peak engine operations as LFG gas flows permit, running all 3 engines when gas quality allows and running 2 engines when gas quality suffers. Periodic flare operation continues when necessary. There was $117,000 approximately in WPS revenues for June 2022. That's compared to $150,000 in 2021 of the same month. Total of $690,000 roughly in total revenues for 6 months. So we're year to date. So we're getting about $115,000 a month average. And finally, on the solid waste annual, WDNR closed landfill inspections at the Snell Road and Sunnyview landfills were conducted on June 23rd, and full compliance was achieved. Now for the ADVCAP committee. They ran, their employees worked all through this COVID, and the morale suffered, so we passed a 4-day work week where they are offsetting that, so there's still 5 days of operation. The employees will be getting paid 36 hours or 40 hours, but working 36, so they will get that 1 day off. Every full-time employee will be receiving $1,000 from COVID relief money, and every part-time employee will receive $750. They added 2 new holidays, and she did discuss our finance director about qualified immunity, that all Head Start workers would need vaccinated. There's a lot of benefits through ADVCAP. I would encourage anybody who knows someone that is falling through the cracks to reach out. It stands for Advocacy Community Action Program, and they really do provide a lot of very helpful benefits to those who qualify. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Gabbard.
This is a compliment for Winnebago County. We had the EAA the week of July 25th through the 31st, and Sean Elliott and Jack Pelton were at our last aviation meeting and said that they didn't think they could have done it without the good staff that we have at the airport, all the way from management to the maintenance supervisor to the staff doing all of the maintenance out there. There was such good coordination. They were very pleased with the way the event went. 642,000 visitors, 43 countries were represented. Fairly good weather after we got through the first Saturday night before the event started. So it was one of the best EAAs they've ever had, and they said kudos to the staff at the airport. So go airport.
Thank you. Congratulations. Anyone else? Seeing no one else, County Executives report.
Thank you, Chairman Egan. I'd like to start off by asking for permission from the chair for one of my interns to give a short report about her time in the office.
Yes, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Haley Fox, and I'm a recent graduate of Oshkosh North High School. You may recognize me from the June board meeting, as I was here to accept one of the county board scholarships. I'm continuing my academic career at the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee as a political science pre-law major. I want to speak tonight on my involvement in the county for the past few months. I've been interning in the office of the county executive since March of this year. I learned about this internship through a program I was in during high school for all 4 of my years, the Communities Program. This program takes over 2 class periods and accounts for my English, social studies, and leadership credits. We learned all of these subjects through project-based learning and helping our community in all types of ways. Every senior in this program is assigned an internship during their 2nd semester of the school year. Earlier in the year, we engaged in some career exploration and surveys so they could place us in an internship that was right for us. I would say my internship was the most engaging and unique among my peers. My career interests consisted of law, politics, campaign work, and overall public policy. I was the only one in my class interested in this. After some researching, we got in contact with the executive assistant, Ethan Hollenberger. And shortly after, I met with him and John Damel to discuss what an internship in their office would consist of. I immediately took the opportunity. I had 2 goals I wanted to accomplish in this internship: to meet the governor and to experience lobbying. Within the first 2 weeks, I reached both of those goals. I went with John to Fond du Lac to accept a grant from Governor Evers and spoke with him about my plans and aspirations. It was very rewarding. The following week, I took a trip to Madison with Ethan, where I met with a lobbyist and learned more about lobbying and what it looks like, as well as had a meeting with Governor Evers' Legislative Affairs Director, Zach Madden. It was a wonderful experience that was a defining moment in solidifying what I wanted in a career. I continued coming back to the office outside of the allotted time we had in class, and it was an easy decision for me to stay for the summer months. I began this internship with an eye on federal government, knowing little about county systems. I've always appreciated local government, but not as much as I should have. Since then, I have loved working in county government. I've sat in on meetings with the county exec where I continue to learn more about the processes in the county. I've gained skills like proclamation writing and working with other departments, and I've had the privilege to work one-on-one with John and Ethan. And not only what their jobs are like, but I've learned about their personal want to provide for Winnebago County and the people within it. Seeing people like them work as hard as they do, with a genuine love to make their community better, has motivated me. I have had some interesting days in the office, for sure, which is no surprise if you know John and Ethan. But it has only added to how much I truly enjoyed this internship and value everything I've learned. And most importantly, I've gained a greater appreciation for Winnebago County, its employees, its constituents, and all that we do. Thank you.
Congratulations, Haley, and UW Milwaukee is lucky to have you. Back in July, I asked the Personnel and Finance Committee for a little bit over $14,000 so we could plan an employee appreciation event. This endeavor has been led by a work group of about 20 employees that have gotten together alongside with my assistant and our 2 interns. The response has been amazing. We had predicted an attendance of 300 to 400 people and have far exceeded that. This shows just how much our workforce desired an opportunity to be appreciated, to meet their fellow employees. Our employees perform essential duties every day and serve our citizens to keep our people safe. Whether it's plowing the roads during a snowstorm, keeping buildings clean and operational, working overnight at Parkview, the crisis center, as well as the county jail, or fixing a computer monitor that allows a social worker to help a child and a family in need. Everyone is doing their part to make sure the job gets done. I'm proud of the fact that we are celebrating the work of our employees and the work that they are doing. And we'd like to thank the board supervisors and department heads who have signed up to volunteer to make this event possible. We have a lot of brats to cook. I recently attended a NACO conference in Colorado. I wanted to give you a few highlights and takeaways from this event. It's amazing how different counties are across the nation. It's been said that states are the petri dishes of democracy in America. Truly, I believe it is the counties. Sizes. Kilauea County in Hawaii is just under 12 square miles, where the Yukon-Koyukuk Borough in Alaska is 148,000 square miles. Governing bodies. Marathon County has 38 board members. Do you know there's 12 counties out there with something called the sole commissioner, where the executive and legislative branch resides in one person? Population. Loving, Texas has a population of 64, where LA County is just shy of 10 million. Budget. Loving, Texas, with their 64 people, has roughly a budget of 20 million still. Where LA County is almost 40 billion, equivalent to the state of Wisconsin. Services are different. Some counties have DMV duties. Some states handle all human services. Some counties require mail-in ballots with less than 3% of in-person voting. Some counties have different segments of elected officials. Adams County, Colorado, where the conference was held, had a clerk recorder that handles all the county clerk duties, register of deeds, and some of the vehicle registration all in one office. On the first day, I sat next to Holly Mitchell, the chairwoman of LA County. We hit it off pretty quick. We were quickly amazed by our differences. She is one of 5 county commissioners for just under 10 million people. They serve over all committees of jurisdiction and meet twice per month in meetings that usually last 5 to 7 hours. They have over 116,000 employees in their table of organization. She has 40 staff members to assist her with constituent services for the roughly 2 million people in her district alone. Much like Supervisor Stafford, I said, how do you get anything done? Or is it Defferting? I said, how do you get anything done? And I told her we had 36. She said the same thing. How do you get anything done? I said a lot of collaboration and communication, which I think we do well. So we're all different. Some of us operate golf courses, harbors, lumber mills, and other examples of recreation and industry. We operate the busiest airport in the world for a little over a week per year. And as different as we are all facing the same challenges: poverty, mental health, fiscal health, overdoses, public distrust, and workforce shortages. These are all on the top of the list of just about every room I attended. We learned about a lot of these issues and possible solutions and brainstormed on these matters, and I look forward to implementing some of these changes, bringing to Winnebago County to bolster our workforce and the overall well-being and morale of our culture. It was amazing how mental health and culture overwhelmed the conversation in almost every discussion. It was far more talked about than salary. Overall, NACO was a fantastic experience, and I want to encourage the board to experience a NACO at some time in your turn. or at least the WCA conference. You can get involved and join their committees to steer the national conversation for counties, such as Supervisor Deffiting on the Judicial and Public Safety Committee, Supervisor Norton on the Human Services Committee, and our past board member, Tom Snyder, who served as the Veterans Committee Chairman. One last takeaway that I have for everybody from NACO was not a breakout session. It was more of a chatter among colleagues between and after the events. The whisper was the threat of a partisan persuasion in local government meant for state legislators and Congress. Counties exist to be the administrative arm that serves their nonpartisan fashion. We must remain that way. We must welcome all ideas, and every good idea should be welcomed with harsh yet constructive criticism. We have plenty of county business to do, and I'm looking forward to focusing and streamlining our county government and administration to partner with whoever is in office. We can find the things that we can all agree on and work on them together. I promise I will be here to help all of you accomplish our goals together. Thank you.
Any questions? Any questions? Now's the time to ask. Not seeing any questions on mine. I don't know, this come up here. What's this mean?
It's something I'm doing, don't worry about
Something you're doing? Okay, it's something Julie's doing. Anyone have any questions? Not seeing any. I'll go into my report.
You need John's appointment.
Oh, I'm sorry, where'd he go? You got your appointments yet?
Suppose I need to follow the agenda, huh?
Me too.
All right. Appointments. Let's see here. For the Aging and Disability Resource Center Committee, Supervisors E. Michael Robinson and Mike Norton, and citizen Harold Singstock of Oshkosh.
Made and seconded. I've got a question here. Supervisor Dowling.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would ask that the people being put up for this committee would be separated for the vote. The only reason I'm saying that is because innovation has a chance to thrive when we're all allowed a seat at the table. And our last election should have taught us that we cannot put all of our eggs into one basket. We have 36 supervisors, with some supervisors only sitting on 2 boards. And while Supervisor Norton is a great asset to our county, I think we'd all agree that. In fact, I serve on 2 other boards with Supervisor Norton. With that being said, the roles that we play.
The girls are playing, just hold on here.
I'm not going anywhere.
There you go.
Okay. With that being said, the roles that we play as county board supervisors sitting on committees need to be diversified. I'm asking you to reconsider who you assign to this committee. Thank you.
Well, there's been a motion made and seconded. Did you want to break them down at all?
It's a board action. It's, I believe you can. I think you can request an amendment to do that. Yeah.
May I request an amendment that the members being put up for this committee be separated?
I have no problem with that. Second. It's a second, yes. Okay,
Okay.
so we're gonna go. Second was Supervisor Gutcherson.
Stafford.
Who? Stafford, I'm sorry, I seen you raising your hand, I thought it was you. So,
I need more coffee.
no, they said that can be done then. So.
All right, we'll do these one at a time.
Motion
Oh.
has to be withdrawn on the first motion, correct?
I'll withdraw. Okay.
Okay, it's withdrawn then. Okay, so back to you now on executive.
Do we have to vote on that?
We'll have to vote. Does it, yes, no? Keep looking at Mary Ann.
We
No.
can just go? Okay.
Right, so it was withdrawn.
All right.
So.
For the first nomination for the ADRC committee, Supervisor E. Michael Robinson.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? Not hearing any. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried.
All right, for the Aging and Disability Resource Center Committee, Supervisor Mike Norton.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? Supervisor Sarah.
I would like to know how many committees Supervisor Norton is serving on at this time, if that's possible.
Look in your book.
Okay.
That's
Okay. I think it's 8. All right. I'm concerned about that, one supervisor being on that many committees. That's all.
Did you look it up? See how many's on? He's on 9? 8. He's on 8. 4 are county committees, the others are appointments, commissions, so. Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Supervisor Peschel.
Sure. May I speak to the county executive? Sure.
You may.
Thank you. When going through the process to appoint any of these members, did you have a list of people that were wanting to engage in this, committee?
There were some, yes.
Okay. So you made the decision to appoint Mr. Norton on what basis?
On the basis that he had been there before, no other. Try to keep somebody with experience or history of the board with new members.
Okay. So, and I don't have this information ahead of me, and I'm not prepared for this discussion, so not necessarily knowing how many new members are on the ADRC committee, what would be your suggestion of how many new members there would be?
Sorry, what was that?
How many new members off the top of your head do you think are on the ADRC committee?
Probably 3.
Okay, and what are the total numbers?
I'm guessing 7. There's a lot, but I'm guessing. I could be wrong on that.
I understand. I'm putting
12?
you on the spot.
12.
12.
There's a lot of committees to track, yeah.
So, all right, so that's, I no longer have any questions for you. If I could continue to make comments, Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Sometimes I feel my voice is loud enough, but I guess it's not. So I want to acknowledge Ms. Dowling's, Supervisor Dowling's comments in regards to wanting to engage multiple new members of the board as well. I'm one of those new members of the board that put in for, I think it was 15 committees, and I only got 2. So, but I'm not, and for lack of a better word, I'm not appalled by that. So I understand that I don't have control over some of that process, and that there was a committee of people that put that together, and that the county executive has the ability to make those distinctions. We have the ability to uphold them, and that's what we're talking about today. But I do not necessarily believe that Mr. Norton's proclivity to be on multiple boards should prohibit him from continuing to be a mentor on the ADRC committee. So I feel that someone with the wealth of knowledge is important for those that are coming in as we're transitioning in new members and as we're transitioning new citizen members as well into these. So I'm going to support Mr. Norton to be appointed to this committee as it was provided to us.
Thank you. Supervisor Bender.
I'd like to just point out that the committees on committees meet one time. He won't be on that committee for the rest of this term, you know. So that committee is basically done for his 2-year term. The legislation committee, what are we gonna meet? Maybe 3 times? I mean, so far we met once, and we have no meetings scheduled. So now he's down to 6 committee meetings, and I don't know about the WCA, how often they meet, or the Winnebago County Special Transportation Committee, how often they meet. I know he's a dedicated supervisor that gives 110% to these committees. And what I see in the diversity committee is a committee that wants to get rid of it, because why would you take an assignment if you're gonna basically vote on your second meeting to get rid of the commission? You know, we need people that are dedicated to these commissions and committees to serve, not to figure how they're gonna get out of doing the job that they accepted. I will definitely support Mr. Norton, and I think he does a great job.
Supervisor Hran.
Thank you, Supervisor Chairman, Mr. Egan. I am noticing that in Resolution 91-08-2022, that there were several members of the board who had total excess days. Now, I don't want to say that anybody is not doing their job, but it turns out that as I look at this piece of paper that I have for this evening, that Supervisor Norton exceeded his days by or total excess days by 9.5 days. I just wonder, are you overextending yourself? I believe that you are excellent at what you do. I'm just wondering how we're going to reconcile those over days with the number of committees and commissions that you are on. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Hanson.
I first want to establish that I am not looking for another committee assignment. I don't think my health would permit it right now. I am concerned with some members being on 4, 5, 6, 8 committees, while other members are on 1 or 2. I see that Mr. Albrecht is up. I would like to call the question and ask for a recorded vote.
Thank you. Supervisor Albrecht.
I would like the county clerk to explain how those committees are, how those votes are, how should I say it? How all those people, how all those committees are counted. I mean, half days to full days and.
Well, this one here is going back and forth right now. Do you want to have that explanation now or when that one resolution comes up about all the excess days?
Well, I just think the discussion is now where people are starting to.
They would like to hear it now.
It's basically, and Julie, I don't know if you want to discuss it, but it's an Excel spreadsheet that after the per diems come in, and then Julie takes each one of those per diem forms and tracks in everybody's, for everybody, their committee day every month, what they've used. And then it's based on your committees that you're assigned to, as well as any unassigned committee meeting that you might attend. So, I don't know if you want to. And then based on that section of the statutes where it's an excess of 30, those days are what gets put into that resolution for approval. And it is after they've been paid. So it's always, that's kind of always the way it's been done. We've never used that system to monitor when anybody's getting close. So it's just kind of a formality that we've followed based on past practice.
Okay. I just want to comment that we are one of the few committees that count these excess committee days. In the state, we're one of the few that count it. Most of them have abolished it.
Just heard that. I was at Chair's forum, and I agree with you, Supervisor Albrecht, that we're one of the few that count these. Because, especially here now, and it's something I was going to bring up later, but, you know, as of right now, according to corporate counsel, you go to any meeting, you can get paid for it. I disagree with it, but that's the way it's written right now. So when all these days get added up, Supervisor Norton goes to different things. Like he said, he's appointed on the NACO board and this and that. It all gets counted on there. So when you see all these excess days, that's where it's counted onto there. If he goes to some other meeting that he's interested, if he wants to, some do and some don't, they get paid for that. So, you know, you can't just go on what they're assigned on. So, and I'm not saying which way you should vote or not, but. Anyone else? Not seeing anyone else? All those in favor of Supervisor Norton signify, oops,
You called for a roll call vote?
they called for a roll call vote. Have to do a roll call vote, it was called for. A, you'll be in favor of Supervisor Norton. Nay, you'll be against. And that passes 21-14 with one abstention.
Okay. ADRC, citizen member Harold Singstock.
Motion made and seconded to approve Harold Singstock. Any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? Not seeing any. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Carried.
All right. ARPA Strategies and Outcome Commission, Tim Galloway, CEO of Galloway Industries in Neenah.
Motion made and seconded for Tim Galloway of Galloway Industries out of Neenah for the ARPA Strategy and Outcome Commission. Any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? We got to get this here off from here. Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just wondering, what is Galloway Industries and what makes Tim Galloway a good appointment for the ARPA strategies?
Galloway Industries is one of the leading dairy suppliers that is not cheese. So they do a lot of dairy products, a lot of creamers that you get for coffee, one of the largest distributors in the world. Dairy Queen, Marv's, Leon's Custards may have been their product. It is really quite an impressive thing. When choosing, we had 3 members that are from the rural area. We have 3 members that are from the Oshkosh area. We had Fox Crossing and Menasha covered. And I was looking for somebody in Neenah who is also involved to kind of bridge that double G line divide that we have. So Mr. Galloway not only is a business owner up in Neenah, but he also serves on the Oshkosh Area Community Foundation board. So it was just a really good fit. It was somebody when I met with, had a real level head about him and was comfortable making good decisions. So for me, it was particular to find the right person in Neenah for this so that we were spreading the peanut butter evenly over the bread.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe this isn't just for Mr. Galloway, but for this instance, I'm going to keep it to that. Can Mr. Galloway directly or indirectly benefit from any ARPA funds?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Thank you.
I can answer that one for you. It'll go through that committee, but no money can be taken out of that ARPA fund without it going back through this board. That was stated that way.
Yep.
Supervisor Gabbert.
Kudos, good selection. I think he'll be an asset to that committee.
Thank you.
Okay, motion. Right. Motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor of Tim Galloway signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, first thing on mine is Supervisor Ellenberg asked to be excused this evening. As I reported real quickly, I started out with a whole folder full of stuff and I narrowed it down to 2 pages because I thought maybe it'd get to be a long night. So I went to the county board forum on July 28th and 29th in Wausau. There was out of 72 counties, there was approximately 50 some of us there. So it was a real good turnout. We started off with Andy Phillips, he's also in the one that Supervisor Defferding was talking about that's going to have talk. It's the same bunch that talked there, they're all for the state in that, so, and he was also the first one that come here and spoke. And he did a lot of talking about the open forums and Robert's rules, we did that. And so was a lot of it. Some of it you already had heard before, but there's a lot of it for chairman and that had talked, and it was my biggest thing, and I'm going to go back to what the county executive said and also what Supervisor Defferding said, is we probably did better when it was over with and we sat down and ate, all of us, because we all sat, we talked over our own ideas rather than this out-of-the-book ideas on what all they were. And there isn't many things, that some of you aren't going to hit, but one that it was talked about amongst the chairman about your tax, countywide tax. And I know this board has voted it down several times, but so that was one of the big discussions there and how they had done it and all that. And and then there was other ones here, again, the size of the board. We are not the biggest board. I'm going to tell you all, we're not the biggest board. I think we're within 3, but so, and a lot of them, so the same thing as far as committees. They didn't know how we could get so much done, but the other ones had like all the way from 12 to 13, then some went way down like you guys had said before, but they all said if you can get together and work it out, it's the best thing. They thought the representation was good. They just didn't know how we could get it all done that way. So, so that was good on that part. Another thing that we talked about, which I'm just, like I said, breaking it down here, the opioid settlement. Just one part of the settlement, and I'm sure the county executive will be talking more about this, but just for one part of it, our settlement will be $3,629,979. Now, August 22nd, and Stevens Point will be how the money can be spent if and when we get that. Because there's like two or three other companies that still have to go ahead and settle out, and then how do you go ahead and take that money? Do you take it all at once, or do you take it less? It's, so that's a lot that we'll be hearing from the county exec more on that also, and I might be going to that meeting. I know some other ones are talking about it. The state got right around $400 million from the opioid settlement. Some of the things that come out of the meeting is show your other supervisors respect. And I think we've come a long ways on that about respect. I know when it first was kind of the older ones and new ones and this and that. We've come a long ways. And I know, and I thought when they mentioned it at the last meeting, I said to Supervisor Norton, I said, Mike, isn't that what you had said to me? That isn't what you said. I should have said, Supervisor Norton, isn't that what you said to me? So show everyone respect in that. The other thing that come out of it is be sure to use your county emails. And another thing I see on Facebook, I like to look at them. I see some of you saying Supervisor so-so of Winnebago County. They claim anything that you even have on Facebook, you should have a record of that, just in case somebody comes back on that. And so, you think nothing of it, but that's, so-and-so went to the fair. Well, that's fine, but I was talking to someone at the fair, so all of a sudden something comes out of it, so you should have record of it. Someone calls you on your own personal phone. You better have a record if there's anything, especially discussion that could come out of it, because the county has been taken to court on different things than that, and I know I was in one case through the planning and zoning, and all the planning and zoning people, they had to go ahead and bring out all their records, and if it wasn't all on the emails for the county, which at that time I did, I had all my own come out of the personal. I had to get all my personal ones and dig up. Well, thank goodness nothing's come out of that yet, but it's still and could be in litigation, so who knows what it's going to come. So it does happen every now and then. So there's a lot that goes on, and I can bring on more as time goes along, but to go ahead and for time, another thing that was brought, not there, but that I wanted to bring up is that we did have our meeting for the ARPA on July 12th. We were supposed to have another one on August 9th, but the county director administrator, I collared him and his staff couldn't get things together for us because trying to get budgets and all that together. So they couldn't get stuff together that we're looking for. So the next one we are looking for is September 13th at this time. Am I correct? September 13th. So Like I said, I'll have more, but I just thought that's just a quick overall of everything. So we'll move right along here tonight, and next will be our zoning reports. Report number 1. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, is that there all? Report number 1, Supervisor Hens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Report number 1, Ryan Cook et al., Town of Omro and Town of Winneconne. Amendatory ordinance number 08-00122, rezoning from R1 rural residential to A2 general agriculture for tax parcel numbers 016-0100, 016-0101, 016-0102, 016-0103, 030-1015-01, 030-1014, and 030-1014-01. I ask for a motion in a second.
I thought you were making the
Oh,
motion.
I'm making a, okay, yeah, sorry. So, yeah, we have a
See,
second.
You made the motion, is there a second?
Yep.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? Not hearing any, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Carried. Report number 2.
Report number 2, Joseph Norris.
Shows that you're on.
Hold on for a second. There we go. Report number
Oops, wait a
2,
minute. Excuse me.
Joseph Norris.
You got to do the mandatory ordinance. I said report number 2. It's mandatory ordinance. This is next.
Oh, this one is?
Yes.
Okay.
You kind of combined them all together. It shows you're on. I don't know.
Joseph Norris et al., Town of Black Wolf, amendatory ordinance number 0800222, rezoning from A2 general agriculture to R1 rural residential for tax parcel number 004-0203.
He's ahead one. You've got to go back to the mandatory ordinance for the first one.
That's what you just said, the mandatory ordinance.
He read both of them.
What do we have to do?
Vote on
Oh, okay. We've got to do them separate. We read them both together. I'll say we because I didn't tell you any difference, so we got them do them both separate. We voted on them both, the first one, so you're going to
The
have to
first
read-
one I just read, report 001 in that
I know, but you
amendatory.
got to start with the first one and then do the second one. We voted on them both at the same time.
So the report is one and then the mandatory ordinance is another?
You're right.
Okay. So we'll start from the beginning.
Thank you.
Report number 001, Ryan Cook et al., Town of Omro and Town of Winneconne.
That's passed. Now,
That's passed?
Now you got to do the mandatory, the
Okay.
next one.
Okay, I thought you said start from the beginning. Amended, I'm going to not read the tax parcels again on this one, if I can do that. Amendatory ordinance number 0800122, rezoning from R1 rural residential to A2 general agriculture.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? Not seeing any. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried. Report number 2.
Anyway, there we go. Report number 002, Joseph Norris et al.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? Not seeing any. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried. Shows your lit here. Is it on now?
Yes, amendatory ordinance number 0800222, rezoning from A2 general agriculture to R1 rural residential for tax parcel numbers 004-002. 203.
Motion's made and seconded. Any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? Not hearing any. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried.
Report number 003, Danielle Gabbert et al., Town of Neenah.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? Not seeing any. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Carried. Resolution number 85-0. A mandatory ordinance. Sorry about that. Why is this keep on coming up here?
I'm not sure.
Are you on now, Supervisor Hintz?
There we go. A mandatory ordinance number 08-00322, rezoning from B3/R1, regional business, rural residential, to A2, general agriculture for tax parcel number 010-0196-02.
Is there a second? Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? Not seeing any. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Carried. Is this screwed up here for some reason? Can't see if somebody calls in, that's all. Supervisor Haran, you got something you'd like to say?
I'm asking for a request for us to be able to stand up, stretch our legs, go to the bathroom.
Okay, we'll give you a 5-minute recess.
Thank you.
The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly.
Let's get in our seats. Okay, resolution number 85-08, 2022, prohibiting the use of private donations to administer elections. Super Gustafson. What? 84. We did 84 right from the beginning. Yes, you did. You did 84. Okay. She read it in, but she didn't do it, so.
Right, it wasn't, it was just part of communications, now it's the actual resolution.
Okay. I thought when she read it in, that did it. Yes, sir.
Accept Resolution 8408, 2022, resolution and commendation of Beth Esselmark.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? It was read in the beginning, but the motion wasn't made for the commendation. Any discussion? Any discussion? Not seeing any. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Carried. Now resolution number 85-08, 2022, prohibiting the use of private donations to administer elections. Supervisor Gustafson. Back up here again. Well, where is he here? It's on. Your light's on. Should be.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to approve Resolution 85-082022.
Motion has been made and seconded. Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since so many places that we vote are in churches, and I'm sure we're not paying the churches, is that considered a private donation? If a church gives itself, lends itself as a voting, a polling place?
Okay.
Supervisor Powers, I can tell you that municipalities reached out to me with that very question. And the bottom line is this resolution only pertains to Winnebago County. We do not have any power to dictate what municipalities say. Now, with the way this resolution is worded, if you wanted it to be perhaps more clear that it was limited to just Winnebago County and not municipalities within Winnebago County, the board might consider in line 24, where it talks about now therefore be it resolved by the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors that it prohibits. You might want to add Winnebago County from the use of from accepting the use of private donations. So there is no confusion in terms of it applying to municipalities. But the bottom line is Winnebago County cannot dictate that.
Spring elections are when those of us on the county board are elected, so it may be a municipal election, but there are county positions being voted on in the spring elections.
Yeah, I understand that, but I'm telling you that this resolution is limited to Winnebago County being prohibited from the use of private donations to administer elections. It is not being extended to municipalities.
And does the Winnebago County hold any elections?
No.
No?
Well, I will refer to County Clerk Ertmer, but it's the municipalities. And as I said, the municipalities for polling will use churches, and they are not being charged for using the church's facilities.
I understand that. I'm wondering why, if the Winnebago County never runs an election, why are we voting on this?
Actually, it doesn't matter if it's a municipal election or schools are different, but the county clerk in every county is the chief election official for every election. But even if it's held and it's the city, we help them put their ballots together and get their databases. They arrange for their polling places and they hire their poll workers, but the elections start at the county level. All the spring elections, even though you guys aren't on those, there still could be like a justice of the Supreme Court or a Court of Appeals judge. So spring elections aren't just strictly school or municipal. So the county's involved in all of them. That's what this position does.
And Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, so we are always involved with getting them set up. So, but I think like Attorney Miller's saying, we don't get involved with how they pay their poll workers or how they get the churches and things to volunteer the spaces for them. That's handled at the local level. We don't do that.
Have we ever had a county election where someone took some private funds to cover it?
No.
Why are we voting on this then?
I don't know.
Supervisor Gordon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Supervisors Gustafson or Hanson, could either one of you provide some kind of information to back up what you have claimed in lines 10 through 14? I don't recall reading anything or seeing anything that would back up these whereas statements. Do you have anything you can?
10 through 14. Yeah, so actually, if we're looking at the lines before that too, especially from the source that's been cited here, especially the Center for Tech and Civic Life, we were able to pinpoint that the money that was used within particular municipalities in Wisconsin, including, as I said, the 5 cities, which were, you have Green Bay, which obviously is the closest one that we have reference point to, that were granted conditional funding to administer the elections. And I believe,
Civic Life?
so it's a nonprofit entity.
Okay. Well, I just don't understand this special access to voter data. What does that mean?
So when it comes to a county or when it comes to a municipality running an election, there's particular voter data that usually is only accessible via a government entity that is typically nonpartisan, and based off of what we've been able to find through what this nonprofit has done, is actually influenced or attempted to influence an election via government entities that are not elected or instilled by the county governments or the local governments.
Just does, it's not flowing. I just don't see where any of this really would be affected by accepting money to assist with elections. So thank you.
Thank you. Ultimately, what we're trying to do here is prevent any sort of outside entity, and I know we've heard a lot of tonight, especially from public comment and as well from the county exec. There seems to be a partisan push, if you will, to influence elections in particular ways. And I think ultimately what we're trying to instill with a resolution like this is that we will not let partisan politics get in the way of having fair and free elections.
Already.
Supervisor Eisen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My opposition to the resolution prohibiting the use of private donations to administer elections is fourfold. Number one, the movement in Wisconsin supporting this issue is a partisan initiative, and the last thing this Board of Supervisors needs to do is to take sides in a partisan initiative. Let me refer to a Milwaukee Journal Sentinel article of February 2nd, 2022 by reporter Molly Beck. Litigation of Wisconsin's 2020 presidential election continued Wednesday as Republican lawmakers rolled out a constitutional amendment barring the use of private money to administer elections. The measures being put forth by Republicans are part of a nationwide effort to overhaul how elections are administered, sprung from the convergence of false claims of significant election fraud by Trump and an influx of absentee voting and atypical election guidance due to the coronavirus pandemic. Number 2, prohibiting the use of private donations to administer elections in Winnebago County is a moot point. According to our county clerk, Sue Ertmer, Winnebago County was not offered and did not participate in the grant program that was referred to as Zuckerbucks. Number 3, even if a grant was awarded to the county clerk to administer elections, that grant would have to be approved by this county board of supervisors. Just look at Resolution 8608-2022, Resolution 8808-2022, 8908-2022, and 9008-2022. We are going to be asked to approve grants to various departments. We have to approve it. And if the clerk were to get offered Zuckerbucks or anything else, we'd have to put our stamp of approval by a majority vote. And if you are still not convinced, this resolution has no teeth. The appropriate vehicle for ordering administrative compliance is an ordinance. And the Corporation Council is now undertaking a project to update and revise Winnebago County's Code of Ordinances. Fellow supervisors, this resolution deserves to be defeated. And let's not take all night.
Thank you. Supervisor Hand.
I would like to make a friendly amendment to this, and that is that on line 23, at the end of it, it says, County Board Supervisors that prohibits Winnebago County from the, and those are the additional words, Winnebago County from the use of private donations from special interest groups, people and other entities by the government for the purposes of election administration within the county of Winnebago.
Do I hear a second? Motion made and seconded. Discussion. Do you want to read back what it said now?
On line 23, it would read, now therefore be it resolved by the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors that it prohibits Winnebago County from the use of private donations from special interest groups, et cetera, et cetera.
There's been a motion made and seconded. I'm going to take it 2/3.
That'd be a majority.
Majority?
Yeah.
Majority?
Let me give you just 1 second. Okay, they discussing?
Any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? I didn't hear any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Nay. We'll have to do a. Okay, you're able to vote now. A means you're in favor of it, nay means you're not. This is just for the amendment, right. And that passes 18-17 with 1 abstention. So now we're back on the motion with the new reading of it, the new amendment.
discussion.
So back to discussion now, include with the new amendment, the original with the new amendment. Any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? Supervisor Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Line 10, whereas by accepting these grants, municipalities agreed to certain conditions related to election administration. Can either Supervisor Gustafson or Supervisor Hanson provide an example, a specific example of where that may have happened?
Yes, actually up in Green Bay is a fine example of this. The Center for Tech and Civic Life actually had promised the money to the city of Green Bay and obviously surrounding areas that if they were able to give money, the stipulation would be actually another individual who was involved with the administering of the election having access to technically the secured room of ballots, and any sort of cast ballots that were in that room were now accessible by someone who is not a election official officially.
Wrong one here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. None of that was proven, thrown out of court, except line 13. You stated before that we have seen that there's instances when municipalities granted special access to voter data to agents of the special group. Who's we? And what's the evidence? Where's the facts, the proof? Again, hasn't been proven. A partisan push to influence elections, and we've seen evidence of that. Who's we? None of this is proven. It is not factual. And it only serves to feed the big lie. I'm really curious how many people in this room have served as an election inspector and have been intimately involved with the processes of an election. Thank you.
Now, listen, nobody's answering. Shouldn't be answering them questions. It's all done up here.
I'm glad to see some hands. This resolution feeds the big lie. It's an assault on our neighbors and friends who help to administer elections, and by the way, take an oath to do that. They all serve their oath. They take an oath to administer the election. It is of detriment to our local clerks all across the state, and it should be defeated tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Eisen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The maker of the resolution made mention about Green Bay and their acceptance of Zuckerbucks. Well, if you take a look at the $8.5 million that was appropriated to 5 cities, including Green Bay, and you subtract out all that the other cities have, you come to about $1.2 million that was channeled to Green Bay. And all they did was, at the election in 2020, is they gave 10% more votes to the guy that won it the last election in 2016. Now, If you look at today's agenda, you will see that there is a resolution for a referendum from Brown County. They have want the other counties and the state to consider a resolution to bar these private donations. But as I have said before, any donations, any money that comes to any of the departments, including the clerk, has to be approved by this county board. The resolution is superfluous.
Thank you. Supervisor Estera.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am for this resolution. I believe that it is aimed at protecting the integrity of our local elections. I believe that there is special interest groups that have funded and been involved in the election process, and I do think that this proposal is important for safeguarding the integrity. When I was campaigning, I took a report, being a previous social worker, licensed social worker. I sat down with Mr. E. Roach, actually William Roach. He is in my district, and he gave me very specific incidences in that township of some very alarming activity. This is in my, so I'm hearing people say, well, it's not in our county. It raised the hair on the back of my neck. It was very alarming to him. He's been in law enforcement for over 30 years in Brown County and is retired. I turned that report in to the state as well as to another entity. It was extremely upsetting to observe a car pull up to the town hall, a gentleman with a handful of ballots run in, come back out, and 45 minutes later did the same thing. So if you think that this can't happen in our county or has not happened in our county, I beg to differ. So I do support it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Flom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The openness of our elections in this country is a sacred and paramount aspect of a functioning and healthy democracy and body politic. From the federal to the state to the local level, the transparency that our elections offer to the people is a sacred and rare gift that we must work to uphold with every election. So, Mr. Chairman, this resolution simply ensures that our election administration here in Winnebago County is not dependent on the financial largesse of outside parties, no matter who they may be. This is not a leap of faith, it's simply an insurance policy. Let's go in the same direction as multiple other counties have gone, Brown County, Kenosha County, Walworth County, and so on. Do the same. Thank you.
Supervisor, let's see here. Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a few comments on this. The first is with some of the questions that had been posed. I believe it was Supervisor Gordon. I do know that one of the bigger concerns, as reported in an affidavit that was submitted to the legislation session, was essentially a partisan group will get access to voter data. And the danger with that is, right, I am a lobbyist of Group A. I can go in and say, okay, or see who exactly voted, and then identify those who haven't voted to get them to vote my way. It's quite dangerous, actually. It's quite dangerous. And the data is proven. I mean, that's an affidavit, someone's sworn statement to that. So we know that happened. It wasn't Green Bay, but it was in Milwaukee County, but we know that happened. We can't deny that. I'm really amazed that this resolution is met with resistance. I really am. Taking politics out of it, I've always been a firm believer in getting special interest groups, I don't care who they are, out of the process of elections. I think it's so dangerous. You know, we have dark money laws against campaign and campaign financing. We have open meetings laws. We have all these laws that are great laws that protect the citizenry. And so I think it's fairly common sense that we have some level of conversation around the administration of it. I don't care who wins. I don't care what you believe. Fundamentally, to me, having a well-functioning election that voters can trust in, regardless of who you are, for me, is important. And really, the end result of this doesn't favor one group or another. Maybe the impetus is one, but it favors everyone. And anything that we can do that potentially reduces the impact of partisan groups, I think is a good thing. So I think we should have laws to minimize dark money. Maybe there's some people out there who like the idea of having dark money in elections or the electoral process. I would disagree with that personally. I think that as I look at this, 24 states, so nearly half of the states in the United States have similar legislative considerations that have gone through. And I also did some sleuthing here and found that Barron, Walsworth, Racine, Brown, and Brown did pass, Kenosha, Ozaukee, Lafayette, Washington, Kewaunee, and there are 15 other counties currently working on similar types of legislative action to support no dark money in elections. And I don't know, that's how I look at this. Do we want dark money in elections? And it's great. I love our county clerk. She's awesome. She is fantastic. But it's not really about her. I mean, at some point, I want to break it to you, at some point she's not going to be there. And I'm not thinking about that right now. But we can't make decisions based on people either. We have to make decisions based on function. And I think it's dangerous to say, well, Sue, she's going to do great. She's going to keep us whole. She's going to, she hasn't done anything. That's true. That's great. But at some point, Sue's not going to be there. And the other thing is, I really don't know what the big lie is. So I don't know what that means. But I will say that there are sworn affidavits that there were at least some level of irregularity. Well, we'll say there were instances where things didn't necessarily look the best. So I think for us, the learning here is not to have any sort of political conversation, but how can we institute policies that actually help us going forward versus looking backward. So that's all I had to say about that. I'll be supporting it for those reasons. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Gabbard.
I call a question.
Motion made and second to call the question.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn. I don't hear a second, so I guess we're not adjourning. Okay, so we're going to do the call the question now. She's bringing it up. Go ahead. Right, so it'll be 2/3 to call the question now.
Call the question.
You've got that, it was already, but we have to have 2/3. Just hold it, she's working on her,
You want to vote on it now?
yep.
By voice?
It's been called, no, thought you were doing it. You ready?
Yep.
So we have to have 2/3 vote, so the question has been called. So if you want to call the question, you vote A. If you don't, it's nay. You have to have 2/3 vote. Question has been called, 28-7, abstention is 1.
So you ready to vote?
Okay. Okay, so the question has been called, so now you can go ahead and vote if you're in favor of the motion, as it was amended now, or if you're not. If you're in favor of it, vote A. If you're against, vote nay. That passed 20, 15, and 1 abstention. Resolution 86-08, 2022, authorize the Sheriff's Office to accept a reimbursement grant of $150,000 for medication assisted treatment program from the Wisconsin Department of Justice Division of Law Enforcement Services, Comprehensive Opioid Stimulant Substance Abuse Site-Based Program. Sheriff Motz, would you like to say something on this?
Sure, I can do a brief summary. I know it was summarized in your packet, but so this would allow us to administer approximately 126 doses. The grant runs August 1st of 2022 through July 31st of 2023. The drug, naltrexone or Vivitrol, is $1,500 a dose. It's anywhere between $1,155 a dose and $1,500 a dose, depending on the income level of the inmate and how they would qualify. And this, what this does is it blocks the impact of opioids on the system of the individual who were to use heroin or other opioid substances. So when they're released from our facility, they're given the shot. It is every 30 days. It needs to be re-administered, but it gets them on that sobriety track, regardless of whether they use it or not. So obviously the intent here is to save lives and to change lives.
Supervisor Plom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for coming here today, Mr. Sheriff Motz. A couple questions I have. I am supporting this, just more of future planning that I think I didn't necessarily cover in committee. And the first one would be, hypothetically speaking, do you see the price of this, and I know that you don't work in the pharmaceutical industry, but do you see the price of this, of Vivitrol, or the name, or the generic, if you will, coming down in the future? And do you think we're going to become more dependent on this in the jail in the future, based off of current trends?
Well, I don't know about whether or not the costs will come down. Obviously, no pun intended, but it's a captive audience in the jail, and everyone, or oftentimes, it is the lowest point in someone's life, and they make that decision at that point to come clean or to become clean, and this helps them get through that. And it's not a cure-all. You still have to want to change, and you want to become drug-free. Sure.
Supervisor Gustafson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sheriff Matz, can you just, let me start off by saying I'm supportive of this as well. Can you just give us a real, I guess, brief effective rate of this treatment program and what the results that we've been seeing?
Well, it's obviously dependent on the person and how committed they are, but it has been highly effective because, again, it blocks the opioids. And what often happens is somebody spends 6 months in our jail. Their level, they're used to doing a certain amount of heroin. When they get out, they use the same amount and they overdose because they can no longer inject that much. This would take care of that. We've had individuals who have overdosed in our parking lot that have been released from jail. So this would help with that. Now, it is a voluntary program, certainly, but again, it is also included in that is the lifestyle changes and the counseling and the setup of appointments to the further road to sobriety.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hanson.
Yes, thank you, Sheriff. I voted for this in committee. I would encourage everyone to vote for this now, and just want to call to attention that it was also mentioned that our Sheriff's Department, I don't know about the municipalities, are now each carrying 2 doses of Narcan on their person each. So this is definitely a problem that I think you should vote for.
Yeah, and to that, we used to, pay very close attention when we were administering naloxone on the street, but it happens so often now that, we just replenish it and move on.
I see no other questions, so I'm going to try it by voice vote. All those in favor of resolution? Oops, I'm sorry. Supervisor Brand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When one is an alcoholic, they have something that's given to them that if they drink again, they're going to puke and decide that they don't want to do this anymore. My question is, does this do the same kind of thing for the addict?
Well, I don't know that it makes them sick, but it just blocks the opioid from impacting their system. They don't get high. So, in essence, they wasted their money, or however you want to look at it. But it actually was started for alcoholics. That's how this kind of started, Vivitrol, and it has, been around for quite a while.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hintz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support this, Sheriff Motz, and I just wanted to remind everybody in here that we accepted a lot of money from Madison to set forth a lot of the programs that these people who are using this medication are going to be going into, the mini homes, the various other things in our community to help these people who have the drug addiction problems. So this is just yet another step in that direction of trying to help people in Winnebago County get better, get clean, and become active and productive citizens in our county again.
So I'll need a motion for the acceptance of resolution number 86-0822. Motion's been made, motion seconded. Any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? I'm going to try by roll call. It has to be a 2/3 vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Carried. Resolution number 87-08-2022, declaring Winnebago County, Wisconsin a First Amendment sanctuary, submitted Supervisor Gustafson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move
It went off again.
Thank you. I move to approve Resolution 87-082022. And can I make one quick
Yes, go ahead.
comment? I just want to address what we all got on our desks today as what seems to be a substitute resolution. I believe that these resolutions, both what was submitted to us as well as what we have in front of us now, the one that we have in front of us now did go through committee. And I believe that if we were to consider the other one, it should also go through committee. So,
Supervisor Eisen.
Chairman, the Bill of Rights amended to our Constitution is not broken. Please, don't fix it. The only counties I've found that have declared themselves First Amendment sanctuaries are Campbell County and Westmoreland County, Virginia, but I suppose I'll hear from some more. But both these counties' resolutions were a reaction to their Virginia State Governor's unlegislative order prohibiting the gathering of more than 25 citizens at a single time during the height of the coronavirus pandemic. People were upset that public buildings and museums were closed, churches and schools closed, mandates for face masks, and injections to keep one's employment. These are not the issues Winnebago County, Wisconsin citizens confront today. In my effort to better understand the thinking behind these efforts to address our fundamental freedoms, I came across the action which Washington County, Dodge County, and Ozaukee County, Wisconsin took when dealing with the sanctuary county issue. They took a step forward and reaffirmed their oath of office, assuring their residents that they do take fundamental rights seriously. As a matter of fact, at 2 hours and 7 minutes into the Zoom recording of the July 11th Judiciary Committee meeting, the committee chairman declared that he took the sanctuary resolutions as a reconfirmation of his oath of office. This is exactly what the track I pursue. I move to substitute the following resolution, which I believe copies have been made available as written. I copied it from Washington County, Wisconsin, for a substitute for our resolution declaring Winnebago County a First Amendment sanctuary county.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Just hold on, I'm looking at corporate counsel here. It's not on the agenda. Can it even be considered?
I am looking at Robert's rules, and it is clear that there can be an amendment to substitute, which is essentially treated similarly to a motion to strike out and insert. It's open to debate at all times while it is pending with no secondary amendment pending. So given the fact that Supervisor Eisen basically moved to substitute, it has been seconded, then there can be debate on that.
Okay. Will it take a vote to put that in there?
Essentially, a motion to substitute is an amendment. They're saying that it's a substitution because essentially Supervisor Eisen is setting aside what has been passed by the Judiciary Committee, and we're not talking about a couple of lines. We're talking about the whole resolution. So that's why it's called a motion to substitute. And again, under Robert's rules, this can be done. But I can keep reading if you want to keep talking.
Well, I'm just asking, will it override that motion that's on our agenda then tonight, or?
No, you can talk about both the resolution that passed at Judiciary, and now you can also talk about this motion, this substitution as well. There can be discussion about both.
So they're going to have to say which one they want to talk about, then?
Yes.
First one on is Supervisor Hanson. Please tell us what you're going to be talking about, Mr. Hanson.
About the substitution, 2 points. First, I'm wondering if the substitution, even though this might be the same language as went through another county,
Can you talk closer to your mic, please, Mr. Hanson? Thank you.
Even though this substitution may have gone through another county, I am wondering if this went through Corporation Council first. And I'm puzzled as to the substitution because, if I am not mistaken, according to the vote in the JPS committee, Supervisor Eisen approved the other resolution. So I'm not sure why this is being brought forward now.
Supervisor Eisen.
I approved it by omission. You can go back and look at the video, and you can look at the Zoom. I did not vote on this, and it was my negligence. There was a vote. There was somewhat of confusion whether we were voting on the friendly amendment that was made to this, or whether we were voting on the actual resolution. In my mind, I was thinking of the amendment. As it turned out, it was the resolution, and I negligently did not ask for a correction to vote nay. But if you look at the Zoom, you can see that my discussion was in opposition, and that's how it is.
Supervisor Hanson.
I got a two-part question. I'm wondering if the substitution has gone through our corporation council.
I saw this probably today, if not yesterday, for the first time. I have looked at it, and again, my role is just to say whether it is legal or not. And looking at the substitution that Supervisor Eisen provided, it is legal. It is legal. But again, as I told the committee, we cannot do anything contrary to state or federal law. And a lot of these resolutions involving sanctuary have nothing to do with county operations or governance. But in regard to Supervisor Hanson's question, yes, I have looked at Supervisor Eisen's resolution, and yes, it is legal.
Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was at the judiciary meeting when this was brought up, and Supervisor Eisen did speak in some detail against this, and I don't believe I saw him vote for it.
Supervisor Schellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is for Corporation Counsel. I want to ask about the original resolution and County Board Rule 7.7, which requires a three-quarter vote on items expressing support, opposition, or the desire for the initiation of any state or federal legislation. And I want to, in the resolution, call attention to line 24, where it says, and to express opposition to any order or law, as well as line 26, where it says, and to oppose, and enumerates some of the powers that the board may have with respect to that, and ask if this should be a majority or three-quarters for passage.
We can't hear you. We can't hear you up there. So back there, I should say.
Are you asking about the substitute resolution or the original resolution?
The original.
All right, I'll look.
Supervisor Hanson, while she's looking.
I hope this is okay to put on there. Yes, to Supervisor Eisen, there are additional counties other than Amherst and I believe Campbell County. I called to the attention that I do have still a copy of the Campbell County resolution. The language in this resolution, 87, before us now is not the same language as in Campbell County.
Supervisor Eisen, I know we have many questions on, but this will be your second time, but go ahead.
No, this is in regards to Supervisor from the 26th assertion.
About Supervisor Hanson. It's
From
also his
the
second.
original First Amendment sanctuary resolution of Campbell County. Whereas the Campbell County Board of Supervisors did not recognize the governor's order pursuant to the Constitution of Virginia, the Campbell County Supervisors expressed deep commitment to freedoms enumerated in the Bill of Rights. This particular resolution was in opposition to their governor's order to limit gatherings to 25 citizens at the height of the pandemic. And this is the urgency that the supervisors from 26 and 28 are asking us to act on today. I'm asking you to act on a resolution that was passed by Washington County that asks us to reaffirm our oath of office and our support for the Constitution of Wisconsin and the United States.
Corporate counsel?
I have looked at the rules, and I have also looked at the original Resolution 87, and the correct vote required for passage is majority. It is not 3/4, because under your rules, it specifically says any resolution that is presented for the purpose of expressing support, opposition, or the desire for the initiation of any state or federal legislation shall require a 3/4 vote. This is not expressing the desire for the initiation of any state or federal legislation, because the bottom line is the First Amendment is a law, is the Constitution. So the majority vote would be applicable.
Well, I guess in that case then, if the First Amendment is a law, this is expressing support for that law at a bare minimum, right?
Yes,
And
declaring.
it's expressing opposition to any potential legislation that might run afoul of the First Amendment.
Again, I would say, based on looking at the wording, that it would not require a 3/4, it should require a majority.
I mean, the words really, say to express opposition to any order or law. I mean, that I don't know how much more clear I guess we can be about what the intention of this is, which is to oppose the initiation of a law.
Well, but it says, but you're wordsmithing, which you're talking about for the purpose of expressing support or opposition for the initiation of any state or federal legislation. There is no, this is in place. There's not an initiation of any state or federal legislation. The First Amendment has been around for quite some time.
And I think the assertion though within this is that there has been breaches of that this county wishes to stand in opposition to. But I will actually ask the chair to provide a ruling on this.
I haven't figured out what we're voting on yet, so. I'm listening to both of yours. I'm just going to say, I'll agree with you. The First Amendment's been around for a long time. And I cannot tell you exactly what we want to do, if we want to change it or not. I guess I would have to say that we'll go with, is it 3/4 if it's a change, correct?
No, it's a majority.
Majority.
It's a
if
majority.
change. But you're not changing anything. Nothing will be changed here whatsoever.
No, 7.7 requires a 3/4. But I am saying this resolution only requires a majority vote because there's nothing being changed.
Now you're saying this resolution, you're talking about the
Oh,
one that
the
was just
original-
brought in, or the one that is in here supposedly was brought in on
Well, the
our
one
agenda?
that Supervisor Skellinger just asked for, which is Resolution 87-082022.
Okay. And that's the one that was brought in.
No, this is,
That's
this
what I
is
mean.
the one that came
That's
in
the one
from
that's on the agenda,
Judiciary.
correct. I would say that should just be a majority. That's the way I'm going to call it. Right or wrong?
Thank you.
Supervisor Haran.
I'm confused.
You're not the only one.
they're both of them have that they are 87082022. That is the resolution that was passed by the Judiciary Committee and the resolution that Supervisor Eisen has just presented us this evening. Now, I have to say that I've had this one for a week and I've had this one for a day.
And I agree with you, and that's why I asked if this can even be done, because they've got the same number, the same resolution, and now are we going to vote on one or two, or take part from one and part from
Robert's
the other?
rules is very clear. It can be done, and it was a motion to substitute because almost all of the wording changed. So that's why they're not calling it a motion to amend. It's a motion to substitute. And to your point, Supervisor Haran, I apologize. We should probably refer to the original resolution and the substitute resolution to avoid confusion. And in response to Supervisor Skellinger's question, I was referring to the original resolution, not the substitute resolution.
Okay, so the motion that's on the floor is right now if we're going to do the substitution. That's what the motion is, and seconded. So if there's any more discussion on that before we take that vote. Supervisor Eisen, this is your last time on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. From my reading of the Roberts Rules, we should vet the original resolution and then vet the substitute resolution. But we've got to the point of where the rubber hits the road. On July 8th, 2020, the county board in Washington County, Wisconsin, passed a resolution reaffirming their oaths to support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the state of Wisconsin. The resolution passed with a unanimous vote of 25-0. It should be noted that this resolution does not address the Second Amendment specifically, nor the First Amendment. Additionally, in the video embedded below, the county executive, Josh Schulman, points out that it is not intended to make Washington County a sanctuary county. We have found that some counties prefer not to use the terminology sanctuary due to connotations with sanctuary cities for illegal immigrants. From the discussion, it appeared that the board really did take this resolution seriously. The supervisors discussed the fact that the resolution originally centered on the Second Amendment, but then the Chinese coronavirus came along and people in government started restricting the rights of people. They felt that it was necessary to expand the scope of the resolution to encompass more than just the Second Amendment, because it wasn't just the Second Amendment that was being trampled upon. In the same respect, if we go forward with the substitute resolution, we put to bed the resolution hanging in limbo that refers to the Second Amendment resolution that doesn't have to come forward because we pass the substitute resolution. Thank you.
Supervisor Gustafson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to call the question, and if I could ask for a roll call on that vote as well for the amendment.
Motion made and second for the roll call. Just hold on. Yes, Corporation Counsel?
I was going to say you need 2/3.
Right. It'll be 2/3, so she's, yes, sir.
Whether the appropriate way to approach this is to vote on either the original resolution or the substitute resolution. Which one do you want to go forward with?
Whichever one the corporate counsel tells me to.
While you have been discussing things I've been trying to go through, Roberts, given the fact that you've been speaking about the substitute, I would suggest you vote for this, on the substitute resolution. Yes. Yes. You just had, so you just, I'm sorry. What did you just?
The motion that all started was to substitute. So now.
Right. Correct.
That's how we need to think about it.
No, no. No, I think the question has been called on the motion to vote for the amendment, which is the substitution.
Right, get it straight, substitution.
It's just a substitute, not to vote for proof.
Right.
And it's three quarters? Two-thirds.
No, he's already requested. He's already requested the motion to substitute in a second.
Right.
And so now we vote on that.
Right. First, we gotta call the question for your orders. Right. And that's three-quarters?
Call the question is two-thirds.
So now what are we voting on?
We're voting on calling the question.
Okay, we're voting on calling the questions, and it's a two-thirds vote. So if you want to call the questions, vote A. If you don't want to, vote nay. This is calling the question. Question has been called, 29-6, one abstention.
For the substitution.
Just for the substitute.
By majority, correct?
Yes.
Call the question clarification. So we are voting on accepting the substitution. If that does not pass, then we go back to the original resolution. Am I correct?
Yes.
And in order to, what's the passage requirement for?
Majority.
Majority.
Just a
It's a
simple
majority.
majority of those present?
Yes.
Okay.
Supervisor Nussbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I call the question and request a roll call vote.
We just did that.
This is original, right?
Still the substitution.
Okay.
The other one, the other one.
Wake up.
I don't know which way.
It's getting late.
Nine.
That's his bedtime.
Yes.
That failed. That failed. Now we're back to, the original. We're back to declaring Winnebago County, Wisconsin a First Amendment sanctuary. Supervisor Gabbert.
I call the question on the resolution.
Motion made and seconded. Yep. What's this, majority? Two-thirds on this one. Okay, this one here will be two-thirds too. Everyone ready to vote? Any questions? Calling the question. Vote A if you're for it, nay if you're against it. We're voting on calling the question. That failed. 2015-1. And so we're open for debate again. Supervisor Hanson.
Yes, thank you. Just, I obviously, because my name is on the resolution, I will be voting for this. Once again, the only way I guess I can put this is, as a young child, I really like to play connect the dots. My parents would buy these books for me. I just ask that you please read the language of the resolution. Please don't put dots on a page that are simply not there. This is not the same language as other counties. I think it might be closest to, and I might be mistaken, to Mooresville in Indiana. It's just a simple affirmation, and that's all it is.
Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There is nothing which has abridged our First Amendment rights. Nothing about health mandates restricts our rights. Yes, there were some businesses and churches restricted during the pandemic. My own denomination formed a health task force to protect the health of congregants and clergy alike. The task force was made up of scientists, physicians, epidemiologists, and liturgists. Their say was the final say for our parishes. Church attendance and worship means every bit as much to me as it does to those who wrote this resolution. Before March 2020, I had not missed a Sunday worship since Labor Day weekend 1963. That's 56 and a half years. 56 and a half years. I trace these so-called sanctuary resolutions back to a group called the Christian Nationalist Party. Their websites say that the United States of America is a Christian country, and while they don't intend to deport Jews and atheists, only Christians should be in seats of political power. There is no place in Winnebago County for such blatant discrimination and prejudice. As a matter of historical and ecclesiastical facts, the USA was not founded to be Christian. Of the 56 signers of the Declaration of Independence, 32 were Episcopalians, 12 Presbyterians, 3 Congregationalists, 2 Quakers, 2 Unitarians, 1 Roman Catholic. In spite of these notable declarations of faith, upwards of a dozen of them also consider themselves to be deists, which are not Christian as we understand and generally accept the term. Thomas Jefferson compiled his own version of the Bible that removed references to miracles and the divinity of Jesus and emphasized the ethics and teachings of Jesus. Our founding fathers had very squishy notions of Christianity. About a dozen of the founders had studied or had divinity degrees. If they had wanted America to be a Christian nation, they certainly could have been more intentional about it by memorializing these intentions into the Bill of Rights. I urge you to defeat this resolution soundly and to have absolutely nothing to do with hate-mongering groups like the Christian Nationalist Party, nor with any of their warped visions of democracy.
Supervisor Defferding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have nothing in regards to like religion here. I think that in this particular resolution, this it is a simple affirmation, but at the same time, I would like the board to kind of just harken back to a couple of years ago where we decided to give enforcement powers to the county health director under the guise of communicable diseases. One of the things that we...
Come on, okay.
Supervisor Norton?
Supervisor Norton, please.
One of the things that I brought up in regards to that specific statute is if the county health director has the ability, have we set the precedent to actually disperse a demonstration under the guise of communicable diseases. And Doug Guerin, you know, he is a good guy, and I like him. He said that he would absolutely not use those powers to do that, and I trust that he wouldn't. But those powers actually do set that precedent. This particular resolution just simply provides affirmations to our constituents
the residents of Winnebago County that we will not be abusing that power. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Supervisor Dowling.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to take us on a brief walk through history and talk about the women's suffragette. On August 18, 1920, the 19th Amendment of the Constitution was finally ratified. This gave American women and declared for the first time that they, like men, deserve all the rights and responsibilities of citizenship. It is unfortunate that America has a history of silencing women. And while I think that the phrase sanctuary has become numb and overused, I do appreciate that this resolution would offer women in our community a safety net and a refuge for free speech. Thank you.
Supervisor Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were a couple of questions that came up that I just wanted to also comment. Winnebago would be also considering this with the counties of Amherst, Campbell, North Cumberland, and Westmoreland counties, all in Virginia. And there's also a town in Indiana. So there was a question that was asked about that. And about the Christian thing, that's the first I've ever heard of it, but that's not in this resolution. We looked. So this is about the First Amendment, not about any sort of specific level of theology. So I'm confused with that, but I can only look at what the resolution says. But there was a comment about Jefferson, and Jefferson stated, to educate and inform the whole mass of the people is the only way that we can consistently reassure the preservation of our liberty. And what he was talking about there was a letter that was written during the time of the Bill of Rights. And there was a lot of discussion, right, with the Bill of Rights. I'm sure you all know this. The Federalists, Anti-Federalists. The Anti-Federalists said, we need this. Federalists said we didn't. It's kind of like this conversation of, well, if we say it, does that give someone extra special powers? Well, we've learned it doesn't. It's actually a good thing. The point that Jefferson was making, and actually Adams made as well, is that we have to continually refocus and affirm our commitment to the Bill of Rights, as well as the First Amendment here within. It's the only way that we can really make sure that we continue the freedoms that we have so enjoyed. You know, as a board, I think we can address this. This is not an abstract exercise, nor is it an act of extremism. I just got to say, it's amazing that I'm listening to a conversation when we talk about the First Amendment as an extreme thing. It really is. It's surprising to me. It is a foundation of what we are as a country. And so for me, it's just, I'm amazed that we have any sort of pushback on reaffirming that. And that's how I look at it. And I know Supervisor Eisen mentioned indirectly that as I considered this in JPS, that's what I looked at. I looked at this as an affirmation. It literally says all we're going to do is make sure that we abide by the Bill of Rights and the Constitution. That's what this says. I am sorry. I'm going to go on record right now and say that the Bill of Rights is not extremism. Sorry, it is not. It is not a fundamentalist idea. It is what's made this country possible. For us to sit here tonight and have this discussion is proof that we need to reaffirm the First Amendment, because that gives us the right for our voice. It doesn't weaken it. It doesn't make us weaker or partisan. It makes us stronger because we can listen and challenge each other. I think that's what it's about. You know, just one other thought with all of this is that I think we as a body need to encourage a secure environment for our neighbors to fully participate in speech and religious convictions. Supervisor Powers was right. The founding of this country, albeit was a majority Christian, it wasn't exclusive. But the point still is the reason why that's in there in the first place. And by the way, this is not just in one document. This is in so many documents that led up to this. If you read the Federalist Papers and the Anti-Federalist Papers, if you read the Bill of Rights for all of the states and the initial constitutions for every single state, this comes up over and over and over again, because at the time they saw tyranny, they saw people with significant injustice and no way to express their grievances. They saw the government say, this is what you can believe. This is what you believe. This is the God you believe in. And if you don't, you go to jail or worse. Why aren't we saying this is fundamental of who we are? I think we need to fervently protect the exercising of each citizen's thoughts and the active practicing of whatever their belief system is. And we need to encourage, without encumbrance, the practices of those things for all of our citizens. Freedom of speech is also freedom of thought. You know, if we're going to have justice for all, there could be no special rights granted to some and not others, regardless of what they say, regardless of what they believe. And this does impact us at the county level. This impacts us every single day. It's an oath that we gave. So I am voting for this because I believe in the Bill of Rights, I believe in our citizenry, and I believe in my oath. And I think it's a great thing just to remind myself what we're doing here and why we're doing what we're doing. Thank you.
Supervisor Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to take a couple moments to reflect on County Executive Damel's remarks about NACO, and I believe that Supervisor Defferding was talking about that as well, about the hyper-partisanship in this country. This board, as talked about over and over again, is a nonpartisan board. This resolution, it's not that somebody doesn't believe in the First Amendment or the Bill of Rights. It's the origin of this amendment. This county board should not be used as a platform to run for, state government. This county board, the business of this county board should be here. But this is going to be used. Make no mistake about it, if you vote against this, this is going to be used in some website that you do not support the First Amendment. That is not right. But make no mistake about it, that's what's going to happen if you vote no on this. That's all I have. Thank you.
Supervisor Hintz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Back in July of 1987, seeing as there's been all this oath talk tonight, that's when I took my first oath to support, to defend, and protect the Constitution of the United States of America when I joined the Navy. Since then, numerous times, working election officials, twice for this body, it's reaffirming something that, as far as I'm concerned, never expired. The one thing we need to remember is that these rights enshrined in the Bill of Rights are not granted to us by the government. They're not the rights for the government to give to us. They're our rights inherently just by existing. This has nothing to do with religion, what you believe in, how your creation ideas mix with other people's. Just by existing on this planet, these rights are granted to you. It's our job, and every level of government's job, to protect these rights for the people we represent and ourselves. And I think we're getting way out of line with a lot of these discussions on this. And I wanted to go back to another thing that was talked about with Mr. Guerin, and how Mr. Defferding believes that he's a good person, just like before we were talking about Sue, and we believe she's a good person. What about the next person? We don't know. And I'm not saying the next person is going to be bad. I'm not saying the next, fifth person is going to be bad. But if they come in and they see a little area that they can maybe take a little bit here and there, well, we're saying no. We're not going to abide by that. I'm more than willing to be on the safe side and make sure that anybody in the future knows this board stands for your freedoms. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Tadaro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the board for hearing me out. I'll be real brief. I noticed that there were several constituents, residents who came and spoke in person and on Zoom, and I'm noting that as far as my count goes, 3 wanted to support this and 1 was against it. The Constitution is very important and to us all, and it is, I don't believe that, in my perspective, that this is a partisan perspective that I am speaking on. And I would just like to reiterate that when I read the words of Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances, that is something that means the world to me and to many of the people in my district. So with that, I will pass. Thank you.
Supervisor Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are a country of law and order. If one feels their rights are being violated, you go to court. That's how our system of government works. Our state Supreme Court declared stay-at-home orders unlawful, but it just, in a recent decision, upheld state law that empowers local health officials to issue orders because it's a state law passed by the legislature. If the county board thinks a law is unconstitutional, it can go to court. But this county board, is not the court. This sanctuary issue is partisan politics entering local government. You can see the lines being drawn right here tonight. And Supervisor Buck is right. This vote will be used in the next election. So think about that. Is that how we want to function as the county board? And how does this, all of this, serve the residents of Winnebago County? It creates confusion and chaos, as displayed tonight as well. So I urge you not to support this. And in fact, I'm going to move to table this so we don't have to vote on it tonight. Move to table.
Motion's made to table it. I have a second.
Second.
I do have a second.
You got a second.
I've got one, thank you. On the tabling, I don't think you wanted to, Supervisor Nelson, you had a different question. You're not on the tabling, are you, or are you?
Well, lay on the table, it's a majority vote. But lay on the table means set aside temporarily. Are you postponing, are you tabling it to a certain time?
It's the motion of Supervisor Nichols.
I can make another motion when we vote on this.
Well, all I'm telling you is, if it's laying on the table, that means setting aside temporarily, meaning going on to other business and then coming back to this later tonight.
Well, actually, then I would like to move to postpone indefinitely.
Now the motion is to postpone indefinitely.
Thank you,
And it's
Attorney
seconded.
Miller.
And it's the majority vote. Yes, as soon as I can get my screen up here, we've got some that want to talk on it. Okay, any discussion? Supervisor Nussbaum.
I cancel.
Okay. Supervisor Peschel.
Sure. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. First, I want to start off in the insinuation, because there is an insinuation just by putting this on here, that if you vote against it, you don't support the First Amendment and the Bill of Rights. because that resolution made it through committee and made it here tonight, if you vote no, that insinuation exists. Yes, I have the floor. So I don't like this resolution because of that insinuation. I personally have been supporting hundreds, maybe even thousands of people to learn how to exercise their freedom of speech, to exercise their expression of religion, and supporting that throughout my life. And to sit here and put this in front of me, because I don't think it needs to be reaffirmed, because I just took an oath for this office in April, and I've taken an oath just like Mr. Hintz has asked, or stated in several other offices that I've held. It's appalling that I need to be asked to reaffirm this. This is why we should support tabling this indefinitely. We all just took this affirmation in April. Again, it's 9 o'clock at night, and we're talking about something that we all support, that we're all on the same page. And frankly, I'm confused about what an affirmation is and what a sanctuary is. Last time I checked, our whole community is a sanctuary for freedom of speech. You know, yes, once every 100 years, we may have a strong incident like a pandemic that may push everything into something that we don't understand. But 2 years later, everyone's going to church. We're having protests and marches in our community exercising the freedom of speech. Children are having and learning that and experiencing that. There are several different ways that we can support and affirm the First Amendment. Having to retake that essential oath and affirmation again right now, after we all just took it, just doesn't make any sense. We need to table this. I'm sorry, postpone this indefinitely.
I see no one else. And it's a 2/3 vote, so we'll, majority, I'm sorry. So if you're in favor of it, of postponing indefinitely, push A. If you're not, push nay. That passes 2015, one abstention. Resolution number 88-08, 2022, authorize acceptance of a grant in the amount of $173,535, bring the fiscal year of 2022 and 2024 for lead abatement program in Winnebago County. Who would like to bring that in? I don't have Supervisor Youngquist, that's yours. I've got to wait until they move everything here so I can. Gotcha.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to ask for approval for resolution number 8808, 2022.
Motion made and seconded. Do you have anything you wanted to say real quick or not? Otherwise, we can take the vote unless you have any. Okay. Supervisor Gabbert.
Doug, I have a question for you. On line 16, the initial goal is to complete abatement in 15 to 30 homes during the grant period. How are you going out and finding those 15 to 30 homes?
Thank
or
you,
are they going to find you?
Well, thank you, Supervisor Gabbert. We will, we initially are identifying homes of currently lead-poisoned children or in homes where we already have existing orders. Some property owners have approached the state about enrollment in this program and have been referred to us. And then we will further be promoting this program to property owners throughout Winnebago County. Right now, we're just establishing the program. We need a more robust contractor base. We need to better understand how to administer the grant funds from multiple sources. So we'll be using a variety of methods to property owners in targeted areas where the homes are older, where there's lower income, that houses generally meet that criteria. And we can do that through municipalities, through apartment owners associations, and other means throughout the county.
And lead abatement is expensive.
It is.
Yes. So I don't think there's enough money here to do 15 to 30 unless it's just minor. But you say lead abatement and everybody goes, wow, that's going to be expensive.
We're looking at a maximum reimbursement of $15,000 to $20,000 per dwelling.
Okay.
To remove lead hazards, and the extent of the hazards really to dictate what it's going to take to do that. We'll be able to reimburse 85 to 100% of the abatement costs, so it does make the program really attractive.
Okay, thank you.
Not seeing any other ones. Let's take a 2/3 vote, but I'm going to try it by roll call, or I should say by voice vote. All those in favor of 8808-2022 signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Carried. $8908-2022, authorize acceptance of the Mobilizing Community for a Just Response Grant, MC4JR, in the amount of $63,089 to support a just recovering initiative for communities disproportionately impacted by the pandemic, by structural inequity, and for public health issues. Supervisor Cox.
Resolution 8908-2022 for the grant in an amount of $63,089 to support the Just Recovery initiatives for the communities disproportionately impacted by the pandemic and by structural inequalities for all public health issues.
Doug, would you like to say anything on it?
Please go ahead. I'm sure there's questions, so.
Okay. Supervisor Fari was first, then I'll come back to you, Supervisor Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to, the committee vote in PNF was 3-2. I can't hear you, sir.
I cannot give you the dissenting votes, but I can tell you that there was some issue as to how we were going to go about finding our questioning and finding the inequalities within the community. And I think you have some of those answers, Doctor.
I do, and it's my recollection from the meeting that there was one nay vote as a result of trust in the CDC, and another nay vote with an impression that this was going to result in a change to the table of organization, which it is not. And so.
Can't hear you. Can't hear you. Got it closer up.
You've got me turned
So
down.
I can repeat that again. It was my impression from the Personnel and Finance Committee that we had 2 nay votes. One nay vote was a mistrust in the CDC, which is the originator of the funds for this grant, and the other was what I take as a misunderstanding that this was going to create another new position to the TO, which is not the case. In terms of the inequities, and I'm happy to answer that too. In general, we at the health department conduct assessments of our community, and that's how we help develop our programming and make recommendations for our community to improve health. And we do that by collecting evidence, by looking at data that we collect, data from secondary sources, by listening to people in our community, holding key stakeholder interviews, holding listening sessions. This funding is in support of doing that. It enhances our capacity to listen to the community. You know, it's a recognition that not everybody did well during the pandemic, and we can learn from listening to those that didn't do well how we can be better when we move forward. And so these funds will support our work in our community health assessment and community health improvement programming, and it will enhance our ability to do that by providing some additional funds that we can get some additional support. We can bring people to the table and you know, hire out some additional help, because it's, you know, it's already a big job to do.
I'm going to do Supervisor Stafford next because he was number 2 and I pushed his button, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I was going to ask about the committee vote as well, so I'm good.
Okay. Supervisor Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned, Director Guerin, you mentioned the community health assessment that you'll be working on and the community health improvement plan.
Mm-hmm.
Are each of those plans required by the state of Wisconsin?
Yeah, in state statute and administrative code, it's required for local health departments to conduct assessments and produce community health improvement plans at least every 5 years.
So if you, I mean, if the grant funds were, if the board chose not to accept the grant funds, then would these mandated plans be funded with levy dollars?
Yeah, we would continue this work. This, you know, this grant really helps supplement our work and it enhances our work. We would hope to gain more information than we would have otherwise with these funds, and we would still do it. We just may not be able to do it to the depth or capacity that these funds would allow us to add on.
Okay, thank you for answering those questions. So I see this as a choice in accepting grant dollars to fund these mandated assessments and plans, or using levy dollars. And I think it would be fiscally responsible for us to accept the grant dollars this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm one that voted no in committee, and the reason I did that was this thing has got a lot of vague language, a lot of virtue signaling words, and funded by the CDC, who is just now finally, after 2 years, admitting that what they told us was not true. And I don't trust the CDC at all. And if they're not, if it's not gonna be specified where this money is going, I'm voting no.
Supervisor Hanson.
Yes, thank you. Couple points of clarification. One of the concerns that I have is that in accepting this grant or in any of the administration, that there's been a list or a database compiled. And since it's specifically referencing medical conditions, I'm worried about HIPAA violations and people hacking into or not having, or having improper access to people's health conditions. And when it comes down to it, who is deciding who gets the benefits? I'm misunderstanding possibly that it's going into more of a general fund and not just directly to somebody that has been impacted. Could you address that for me, please?
Yes, thank you. The funds are really about collecting information and generating a report with recommendations to move forward for our community health improvement plan. The funds don't go directly to any persons within our community to support them in any way. It's purely an information collecting activity. The persons that participate, you know, will would freely agree to participate, and we would not be assessing their health conditions. It's just about listening to them, and any information or even quotes that may come from that help us illuminate what the issues are would be de-identified.
Supervisor Haran.
I received an email, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I received an email this afternoon related to this, and it says, a portion of it says, the grant money for this resolution comes from the CDC, which in my opinion is highly suspect. The insidious actions of the CDC over the last 2.5 years, from masking and lockdowns to pushing unnecessary and dangerous experimental drugs on the public under the guise of vaccines, have proven that this organization cannot be trusted. Grant money is never free because there are always strings attached. And she said that in Winnebago County should not accept these funds from the CDC. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Flom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming here, Director Guerin. A couple questions that I have, if you'll allow me. The first one is, do you foresee with this grant money the need to hire either contractors or part-time staff in order to complete these interviews outside of the staff you currently have? And then, just roughly speaking, if you can ballpark it, how many staff would you foresee that you would need to hire out of this to complete this program, to qualify for the grant?
Yeah, so thank you. The funding would be used to support existing staff and contracted staff. The contracted staff, we would likely put out criteria for what we're looking to accomplish, and it may be an individual or an organization that would help support pulling together these conversations, and then assisting us in analyzing the data from those discussions. And this is something we've done in the past. It enhances our capacity to do it in this current round of our community health improvement planning.
Okay, and then I guess the next question is when this grant money inevitably runs out, do you have a plan in place, or at least a thought process about what to do next with the staff and the contractors you may have, should you still need them? Or is that something that we may have to levy and it would become an unfunded mandate then?
Yeah, this is a one-time project. If we contract out, it would be for a defined scope of work with a deliverable, and that would be the end of that contractual relationship.
Okay. And then the last one, I just want to touch on the concern about the health review that we're state mandated to do. If that should be done by the levy versus a grant, just a comment, I think state dollars would probably be better, and a state program would be better to appropriate that in the future if we're required to do so. So, thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Supervisor Dowling.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Doug, I can't say your last name, I'm so sorry. Could you expand upon the third sheet here that's attached to this in the packet? Object number 55030, it says other contracted services in the amount of $25,600.
Mm-hmm. Yep, those would be funds reserved for hiring a contracted help to assist us with, conducting those sessions and analyzing the data. So
and
that's
just one person?
It could be an organization. It could be multiple persons. We would recruit for that.
Okay. I guess my biggest concern then with that is that it's more than the regular pay that's listed here above. Feels a little slushy to me. Thank you.
Supervisor Hens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to I was hoping somebody would have kind of covered this, and there was a question asked from one of the Zoom people about strings being attached to this. So is there anything that you're required to do that you normally wouldn't do by accepting this money?
No, it really enhances the work that we're doing now, and this is part of a much larger federal pool of funds to respond to the COVID pandemic. These funds were granted by the CDC to the state of Wisconsin. The state of Wisconsin is choosing to offer these funds in this capacity to help us better understand health in our communities. And, there's no, outside of, sharing what we've learned, there's no strings attached beyond that.
Thank you.
Supervisor Stara.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I will not be supporting this. I am done with the pandemic issue. I think it's divisive. I think I don't want any connection with fed or state governance and digging for information, and I will not be supporting it whatsoever. Thank you.
Supervisor Bender.
It is my understanding that the data is going to be collected one way or the other. Winnebago County can pay for it, or we can get the money from the grant. Either way, we'll collect the data. So if you want to throw away $63,000 and ask your taxpayers to foot the bill, don't vote for it. It's your choice. But I'll be supporting it. I'll take the free $63,000 and collect the data, because it's going to be collected one way or the other. We can pay for it, or they can pay for it. Eventually, we're all going to pay for it. But when you put it through the whole population, it's very, very little. When you put it through Winnebago County, we'll pay the whole $63,000. And our county exec just asked every department head to cut 4% from their budget. So there is no money. We basically got a net growth of like 1.3%. That's $900,000 we can raise property taxes in 2022. And we gave the sheriff department basically $100,000 of that last year, when we gave them all the net new construction plus $100,000 of this year. So we're looking at about $800,000 that we can have for additional expenses. And you know what the price of fuel is, natural gas, health insurance. Vote it down. We'll get it out of the budget somewhere.
Supervisor Hanson.
Just calling for a recorded vote on this.
Supervisor Peschel.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to speak. Mr. Gearin, this type of work that you're doing, it's not, I know that this specifically is related to helping be better prepared after the to be better prepared with how to respond after the pandemic, correct?
Yes, I mean, in general, we're looking at populations that didn't fare well.
Sure.
Better understand why they didn't fare well, and hopefully make some recommendations on how to better support them moving ahead.
Okay, so then is this model used in the health world, in your world, as a response to other incidents that affect people's lives?
Yeah, I mean, we definitely do information gathering, around a variety of challenges and topics. Actually, I mean, we have another one coming, another resolution coming soon to help assess the impact of transportation in Winnebago County. A very specific issue. We had high schoolers that had to use public transit in order to get to school or get anywhere in the community. Rates got raised. It was becoming more difficult for some individuals to access that. The community pulled together, offered the students an opportunity to have free transportation, and now we really want to assess and learn from that. How did that really impact that population, and should that be continued? What did we learn from that? What did that change? And this is really similar to that. I mean, we're just trying to learn, from the experiences that we had, and translate that into recommendations for the future.
I want to thank you for using that example. I didn't plan for you to do that. I'm very aware of the program that you just alluded to, and because I myself personally talked about those gaps for students in our community, and sought out ways to impact their lives through transportation. So I guess my point here for everyone is that all Mr. Gearin is doing his job in the way that he has done his job, and to collect data to work to improve people's lives. So my other question to you, is it unheard of that grant dollars would be covered from the government to assist us with this type of impact studies?
We do receive funds from time to time from various entities to assist in some of this work. This is a bit, the pot of money that the state has to help us assess is a bit unusual. So fortunately, this won't be just our community. There are many communities that will be doing assessments, and by sharing that information, we can pool our data collectively to hopefully identify some things that maybe, we can't identify just in Winnebago County, but we can identify when we pool other communities together.
Sure. So, and I guess in closing, I think, I think it's okay for us to acknowledge that we struggled with a pandemic, whether we liked some of the restrictions or any of that stuff. But the reality is that real lives were impacted across the board. And this is just a model that is used to create enhancements in areas that need to be enhanced in our community. And so, yeah, we can always question the source. We can, state of Wisconsin, we're an animal of the state of Wisconsin as a county board. So we should just acknowledge that right away. The reality is that what he's suggesting is something worth supporting, because what it does is it's looking for ways to improve people's lives, not just when there's a pandemic, but when there's gaps and holes that exist in our community, so that we as communities can pivot better to serve people. So for that, just on that notion alone, I'll support it. So thank you for the work.
Thank you.
Supervisor Gustafson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd actually like to agree with Supervisor Peschel that obviously our communities and everyone was impacted by COVID-19. It's very apparent. We've seen businesses close down. We've seen just about every single person touched by this. But my hesitation with this is particularly one word, and it's just. And the definition of just is based on or behaving according to what is morally right or fair. And to me, we could have someone who has their own thoughts of what is morally right or what is fair, and then there's 36 of us. I bet you we all have almost a different definition here to what that may mean. So I just have a hard time agreeing to funds like this, whereas it's kind of up to interpretation of whoever will be receiving the funds of what they believe is morally right or fair. So.
Supervisor Harrison.
I guess I've been listening to all this and taking as much in as I can, and I got to say that I did make a mistake. You vote in these committees, and then all of a sudden things come out and people tell you things that you didn't know about, so now you have a doubt about it. And I was one of the 7 that went ahead with this. But for me now, and when I look back at, did we learn anything of the last 2.5 years? We all got affected by COVID. We all heard someone died, something happened. But what I'm afraid of is I know that the CDC information is not what it appears to be anymore. More and more comes out, things are changed, things weren't what they were before, they're not perceived what we thought they were. So what I'm saying, what it was 2.5 years ago when we voted here, or people before us voted, it was a panic. Everybody worried about it. Things have changed in 2 years. A lot has changed. And I think one comment was, it's not broken, don't fix it. Something's broken, it has been. And here what I'm worried about is, there's always 2 or 3 sides to a pandemic. And I know some people that have had the shot, some that haven't. You always hear all these rumors back and forth. But it seems like a lot of the information that we're getting is more one-sided. We're like, okay, the mask did work or they didn't work, or the shots work or they didn't. Or many of my friends have got COVID 2 or 3 times and they've got all the vaccinations. So things have changed. So to sit here and say everything is the same, that we don't need to do anything, there's things change. And so what I'm worried about is we're giving, a government agency is giving us money that hasn't been giving us the truth of some of the information. Now they're going to ask for information. And the information that you're getting, I'm not saying you're going to do that, but are you going to get information on both sides? What went well? oh, the shots all went well, we did this well. But how about the people that didn't get the vaccination? Or how about the people that had other issues or other things in the hospital, were alone in the hospital by themselves and couldn't have anybody else to help them out and somebody else make a decision? There's a lot more to than just pooling and taking some money and taking surveys on people, how do we do, how do we do? There's a lot of things that won't be, and I'm worried about that stuff not being covered. That to me, that I didn't want to vote for it because I just don't feel that money's really going to cover. Am I going to get a report that's one-sided, or is it going to be missing a lot of stuff? And we're divided, you know, we are, and what I said is all facts, so it's not making up. But I just worry about that, so that's why I'm not sure I want to vote for it because of that, because I don't think it's not what, and I did make a mistake and I did vote for it, but I hadn't heard all this stuff from other people that talked to me. My constituents are the ones I'm quite worried about, so, thank you.
Supervisor Powers.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to vote in favor of this. A lot has come out in the last 2 years, some good, some bad. We have struggled with knowing what is COVID and what it's not. But I appreciate everything Dr. Guerin has done for us. And the state of Wisconsin named him Health Officer of the Year for the state of Wisconsin. This is a man I trust. And I don't care if you like the CDC or you don't like the CDC. We need the money to get this job done. If we don't take the money, it's going to come out of our pockets anyway. So I urge you to vote for this. Thank you.
Supervisor Flom.
Mr. Chairman, I move to call the question.
Motion made and second to call the question. Any question on that? None. Okay, we'll need 2/3 for the question to be called, so you vote in favor if you want the question called, nay if you don't.
Yours is, that's weird. Close it.
Mine's showing up, voting enabled. Voting enabled.
Too many Republicans voting. It's a joke.
We'll roll call it. Okay. Voting enabled, it still says voting enabled.
Right.
Right.
Point of personal privilege,
Yes,
I need some help getting to the vote.
we're all trying to.
I'm lost.
Should be able to vote now. Voting. You know it's a voting enabled.
Thank you.
Voting enabled.
Calling the question.
Can everyone vote now? Is they all okay? Is everyone able? So you able to vote? Are you able to vote? They took mine away, so. Okay, try and vote now.
I guess so.
Now you can vote. Huh? Pass 34-1 and 1 abstention. Great. Okay, now on the resolution. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Nay. We'll do it by, through our machine.
No, this is the vote. Oh, this is the vote.
You gotta get all the extremists to come in.
Told ya. Told ya.
Failed. 21 ayes, 14 noes, 1 abstention.
This is on 2/3?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we need 24, right? 2/3 money. Send it back to Madison.
We'll give the money to Kelly better. Kelly better, all the gaming money, we'll get more money.
Failed.
Sure.
Call you actually by your last name.
Yes, it's Garen. Like guarantee.
Okay, resolution number 9008, 2022, authorize acceptance of public health and safety team grant, PHAST, in the amount of $148,102 to develop rapid response initiative aimed to responding non-fatal overdosing and preventing overdose deaths. Rachel. Supervisor Lundquist, I should say.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for approval of Resolution 9008-2022.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Supervisor Plom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is pretty neat. I like this because obviously we're in a bad situation with overdoses in our county. That goes without saying. The sheriff talking about how each officer now needs 2 doses of Narcan when they go around. So this is for Solutions Recovery. I love public-private partnerships. I'm very happy about that, and I just want to say that I'm going to support it, and thank you for applying for it.
Not seeing any other. Calls for 2/3 votes, but I'm going to do it by voice or try it. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Carried. Resolution 91. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I call for 5 minutes?
Okay, quick one. 2.5.
What?
2.5.
Come on, Liz. He's gonna get through this.
The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly.
On 08/2022, authorized payment of excess committee days, April 1st, 2021 through March 31st, 2022. Now, before we get in a big, long discussion on this, and I know that we probably should, but just remember that all these have been paid for already. So I can tell you right up front, there won't be any money coming back. If you want to put something in later on, if we're 2 years down the road, but there's already been, these people have put it in, it's been signed, it's been paid for, it's previous chairman, everything else. I'm not just saying it because of that, but so things like this have already been done. Some of them, a lot of you went to different committee meetings. I know that there's some on there's only, what is there, 4, 5, 6 of them, but there's even 1 or 2 on there that isn't even on the board anymore, so.
Can you use the timer, please, at this point in time? Can you use the 2-minute timer?
We don't have that. That hasn't passed through this. Sorry, it would have been good tonight, but it hasn't passed through.
No,
Right, but
that's
our
your
board
county board
meeting-
rules. Board rules.
Right, right. Okay, so, Resolution 9108, 2022. Do I hear a motion for it? It would go to Supervisor Cox.
We accept Resolution 9208,
91, Supervisor Cox.
All right,
91.
turn the page here, hold on a minute. I got it. I got it.
Oh, you sure did.
I got it. Again, Mr. Chairman, I move we accept Resolution 9108, 2022 to authorize payment of excess committee days from April 1st, 2021 through March 31st, 2022.
Second.
Thank you.
Motion made and seconded. Supervisor Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple comments. The first is the financial impact that was paid. I understand it's been paid. I think somewhere in here it says 1,900. Where did I see that? It says somewhere in here 1,900. Oh, right here, line 19. But if you do the math, it's actually more than 1,900, just so we're clear. I know it's been paid, but just to be accurate, I believe it's more like $3,600 if you do the math. So I would just actually, you got to hold it. But thank you. So just something to point out, and I could be wrong, but it just looked like that. So again, I also understand this is somewhat of an annual occurrence, that this has happened and kind of is just how we've been doing things for some time. Though I do believe that the previous PNF chair has in the past also expressed concern about this practice. I actually reviewed that. So I know that Joel Rasmussen had expressed concern over this. And over the nature of the approval of ex post facto of sorts. I think there's just a slight concern about us not following statute when in other cases we have to follow statute. In this case, well, maybe not, maybe we can not do this one. I feel like that inconsistency is probably not a good thing. And it's not really an ideal financial practice of taxpayer funds. I understand it's not a lot of funds, but it's still taxpayer dollars, and we should be concerned. So with that, I would say, I don't know if I can actually support this. I know it's been paid. But in a future effort, looking forward, I think I would like to sponsor some sort of resolution to change this process. And that is that I think that we would be better serving the public if whatever rule we have, we make sure that we're following that rule. It's as simple as that. And have something that we can actually action against. I actually don't know why we're voting for this other than we're just closing the loop. It seems a little awkward in that way. And then the other thing, which has already been spoken about, I thought was interesting, so I'll just throw it out there. If you look at the top 4 supervisors last year, they averaged 39.5 meetings versus the average of the remaining 34 of 11.25 average meetings. And that's just simple statistics. So don't know what a solve is, but it sure seems like we need to look at this. And perhaps this is to earlier conversation of this makes sense that we probably should look at how we go about the work in committees and make sure that everyone knows what's going on. I think that's also a very good thing. Also, I would like to say that it would be nice if the board would know when these appointments come up. I had no idea that there was a vacancy at the ADRC. And, you know, I think Supervisor Norton will do a great job in that, and he's focused on that previously. But it sure would have been nice to have some sort of mechanism to be like, oh, that's available, that would be kind of nice to consider, and all of that. So we try to be as open as we can, but this process seems to be a little shrouded. I don't know why, but I think those are two major concerns that I have coming out of here, looking more forward than backward, because there really is no sense of looking backward since it's money that's already been spent. So, thank you.
Supervisor Hintz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In response to some of the things that Supervisor Stafford was saying, I just want to point out that our Planning and Zoning Committee meets 3 times a month. That's 36 meetings a year, if we don't cancel any. That's just serving on one committee for me. Then I have the Aviation Committee where I have 1 meeting a month, so that's another 12. So, I mean, if no meetings are canceled, I'm up for 48 meetings a year, being on 2 committees. That's if we don't have any special meetings or anything else. So I don't think it's entirely abusive of what's going on. I have expressed my concern with planning and zoning, and we've talked about this at length of ways to try to condense the meetings, but it's extremely difficult because we have to go out and we have to view what's going to be on our agenda, go out and view the properties. Then we have to have a public hearing, and then we have to have our deliberative meeting where we vote on it. And combining all these things, it maybe can be done, but it doesn't sound like it's very feasible. And trust me, I've held them to task on this, saying I really would like to try to lessen the meetings. So I don't know if any other committees run into the same thing with having 3 meetings a month. I haven't obviously been here long enough to know. I haven't been on any of the other ones. I'm just saying when that comes into play, I'm going to show up having 48 meetings in the next year. I don't think I'm abusing the system. Thank you.
Planning and Zoning had 4 at one time until I got to be chairman, then we cut 1 out, so. Supervisor Haran.
Well, I would like to think about moving forward as well and putting some kind of resolution together so that people get what they're supposed to get, but don't get more than they're supposed to get. And so I believe that our entire county is having to suck in their belts. And I believe that the county board should have the opportunity to do the same thing. So moving forward, I would like to have committees changed some. I know that I basically have 3 committees a month. That's it. So if we could resolve that issue somehow, that would be helpful, and we could maybe suck our belts in. If we didn't have so many committees and commissions, and we started to combine some, maybe that would be helpful. Anyway, I am on board with you, Brian. I think we should do something about this.
Supervisor Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple questions. For the clerk's office, as I recall, a couple years ago when this came up, and you're right, a former representative or supervisor had a concern, I thought there was a motion that the clerk's office was going to keep track of the committee days, and when it got to the point or excess, you were supposed to tell the supervisor and maybe not get paid. Whatever happened to that ideal?
Joel Rasmussen did. They presented a resolution, but they did not give the responsibility to the county clerk's office. They
Okay.
said that the board should follow their rules, but they did not say we had to track it. Like I said earlier, we'd be happy to do that, but we need direction from the board.
I'm not questioning you, county clerk, but I swear, and someone on the board at that time, a couple years ago, I thought that the chairman, Chilo Ramos, was pretty insistent that he wanted that done so that this wouldn't happen.
Well, we found the resolution that was passed by PNF and Chairman Rasmussen from the PNF, and that we were looking at it just the other day. And, you know, there's no mention that our office has to do that. Like I said, you know, if that's what you want us to do, we'll be happy to do it. But that resolution was specifically that the board adhere to the rules and, you know, kind of self-police. So, but if you can show me that other one, we'll be happy to.
My second question, and I don't know if this is a question for you, county clerk, or Mike Collard. The way we count these excess days, committee days, is a committee meeting that we attend or board of commission, not, you know, if I go to the NACO annual conference or this, that, or WCA, does that count or not count? Because someone told me at one time it didn't count. Is that right, Julie? Julie's saying it's true. So I could go to 50 days worth of NACO and WCA conferences and I didn't have to worry about it, but committees it does. Okay, I just want to make sure I'm getting that correct.
Right, for your excess committee days, county board meetings do not count. So that's not one of the days. You get 30 full days. So I'm just going to use John or Supervisor Hintz as an example. You have 3 planning and zoning committees a month. That's 36 meetings, so that only would be 18 days for you for all of your planning and zoning. It doesn't include, because most of your planning and zoning are less than 4 hours, so it's a half day. Your conferences don't count. On your per diem sheets, and if you are on a committee, that's an assigned committee day. So that should be at the top of your per diem sheet. If you guys go to a meeting that you're not assigned to, that should be placed at the bottom. The assigned committee, or unassigned committees are not counted towards your excess committee days. However, if you include them all at the top and you just list them, we don't monitor all 36 as to whether you're on that committee or not. We go through them pretty fast.
So possibly I was the error because I've been listening when I go to NACO or the WCA, I list them as the other committees, and I'm probably did it in the error. That's one reason why my is so high. One reason, right?
That part, Mike, I usually catch. If you list it as a WCA convention, I catch that part.
Okay.
I mean, I know that you guys have been, excuse me, I say guys, I apologize. As members, you've been at that WCA conference. So then that's listed as a conference further down on my spreadsheet.
I mean, one reason, I'm off a couple of committees. One commission met twice a month. I don't have that anymore. I may be on it again. I hope not.
Mm-hmm.
That's not immaterial, but Supervisor Albrecht is correct. Some counties have changed. Like Dane County, they upped theirs from 30 to 60. I'm not saying that is what we should do, but because Supervisor Hintz is correct. We are kind of limiting, and just because you reduce committees doesn't mean that committee won't meet more than once a month. So that's my thoughts. Thank you.
Okay. Do you want me?
There's something else?
No.
Supervisor Cox.
I think we're making a mountain out of something that the clerks and the deputy clerk can track this. And they see the problems with how these numbers can get out of hand if they're not recorded properly. There's some good examples that Julie just gave you. I think there has to be, an audit at some point in time during the year so that everybody gets paid what they're supposed to get paid without going too far over. The overall budget encapsulates what you're paying out of this spreadsheet. The overall budget for all of the board members encapsulates the dollar amounts. If you want to squeeze on the budget so that you don't have enough money in there at the end of the year, you can't, you don't have a party or whatever, then you change the budget. That's where it should come out of at budget time. And enough lacks in that so that you can cover these overages, and they don't have to be as big if you put your spreadsheet together properly. That's what I'm thinking. So, anybody's got any better ideas? Yeah. That's all I gotta say.
Supervisor Schellenzer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to reference line 7, which says that the state statute requires passage by 2/3 vote of the members present. I looked up the statute, that's also the language, so I would suggest that line 26 should be changed, so instead of majority passage, it should be 2/3.
I understand where you're coming from, Supervisor, but Corporate Counsel, you're saying, yes, well, these are already paid out. I'm not going to send out bills to the ones that have already been paid.
No, it's, the vote requires us passage on line 26.
I know, I'm saying, what about if it don't pass? Thank you. That's all I wanted to say. Supervisor Hanson.
I just have some clarifications. I've heard what Supervisor Hanson, Supervisor Stafford said. I'm intrigued at Supervisor Norton saying that another county did 30 to 60, possibly 30 to 60 meetings. Julie addressed briefly, and I'm looking for clarification, and I'm sorry if I'm putting you on the spot. State statute 59.103H says that a county of our size can't have more than 30. So I don't know the size of the county. Supervisor.
Dane County.
Dane County? Do they have, I don't know their size and what their rules are. And again, to Mr. Chairman's point, what happens if this doesn't pass? I'm not sure. So I really, Julie, is that putting you on the spot on that? To quote us, to talk about a statute that you don't even have in front of you now? I'm sorry?
Yeah, you can have committee on committee. Sue them, or get the money back. One of these guys on your debt, you're gonna have to get money out of the grades.
Well, they're looking up on that. I'll go to Supervisor Depperding, then we'll come back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to give everyone a heads up of how this kind of ties into what I was referring to earlier when I was reporting committees, commissions, and boards in regards to the compensation for supervisors and also committee right sizing. What La Crosse and Ozaukee County did is instead of providing per diem payments, they decided to provide a monthly salary that was equal to every supervisor, no matter your attendance. I'm not making I'm not supporting this, and I'm not against this either. I'm just simply stating that that was part of what they did. So for those that that have an interest in this while we're talking about this, I just recommend to come to the Judicial Public Safety Committee meeting on September 12th.
Supervisor Peschel.
Sure, I'm going to take this moment to not be very technical in my comments, but just to provide some recognition for those 4 individuals that chose not to take any per diems over the last term or last year. It takes a special person to be able to do this work without taking any financial elements from it. So I appreciate it when people are able to do that. So, thank you.
Supervisor Albrecht.
I have a question for Mike.
Mr. Collard? I'm sorry? There's a question for you.
My question is, how much was budgeted last year for per diems?
$115,000.
And how much have we spent so far? I mean, county board supervisors per diem, not other per diem. I mean, not per diems for individuals.
Are you asking 2022 or 2021?
Yes, 2020. Well, for 2021.
Well, he's looking that up. Corporate counsel, if you want to give an answer while he's looking that up for Mr. Hanson.
Supervisor Hanson, the section that you're looking at, which is 59.10H, starts by saying, except for services as a member of a committee is provided in 5913, except. And 5913B basically says in counties with a population of 25,000 or more, to 30 days for service on committees, except the board may, by 2/3 vote of the members present, increase the number of days for which compensation and mileage may be paid in any year, and fix the compensation for each additional day. So that means that 5910H is subject to 5913 2B, which would mean that 5913 2B takes precedence over 5910H. Okay? You're welcome.
Mr. Collard, do you have something? No, not yet. Supervisor Bender.
I just want to say, as a committee member, you don't have to put down, I didn't take one dime when I was on the Diversity Affairs Committee for over 2 years. I thought that the citizens weren't getting paid because they weren't on the 11 citizen committees that got paid. If they were donating their time, they thought it was worthwhile to spend their time there for 1.5 to 2 hours a meeting and got nothing for it. I shouldn't take nothing for it either. I think it was worth every minute I spent on that committee, and I would have liked to have stayed on that committee, but I was told I had too many committees and I had to give one up. So, but I go to other committee meetings, I don't put that down. It's what you want to claim. You know, if you think any of us are in here for the money, I mean, I can find a whole lot easier way of making $50, you know, and tonight I'm going to spend basically probably 11 hours here for 75, or not 11 hours, but 5 hours here for $75 an hour. I could get more at McDonald's. We're here to serve the community, and some of us basically have more free time. You know, we're retired. We can spend the time to serve the county, where other people have to take vacation days to get off of work to be on these committees. You know, I'm all for having everybody have equal committees if they have equal time. You know, if I was working full-time, there's no way that I could be on 4 or 5 committees. I'm not going to take vacation to basically serve on a committee. So I applaud the ones that have the time, because I'm at the maximum. I don't want any more committees. I'd be happy if somebody wants one of my committees, take it. You can have it. You know, if it's important to you to have more committees and it makes you feel like you're a better supervisor, I'll give you all my committees. I don't care. You know, I'm here to serve on the county board, and the rest of it is just something I do as part of being here, because I have some free time and I realize people have full-time jobs, they don't have it. I think we should basically pay these people and be happy that they had the time to serve on the committees.
Supervisor Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Did we ever resolve what happens if this doesn't pass?
Not coming out of my pocket.
Okay, so Right, okay, I just wanted to make sure if I didn't miss that, so. We're still okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Harrison.
I just want to bring up a couple of points so we don't beat this poor horse to death. If you look at this, this is all from before us. This is all before us, so it has nothing to do with us. Second, it's been paid for already, so there's no going back. Second, if I remember, Mr. Chairman said you okay the ones now, so somebody okayed the ones in the past, so, right? And the only other thing that I would think, we should just go ahead and get it done, but if Joel Rasmussen, who was my predecessor before me, said there was something there, he must have changed something that made come up a report like this, or I don't know what he had done to make it aware so everyone knew about it, and that was like a year and a half ago. So I think you're covering it okay. It brought it to our attention. If they want to make a resolution to do some changing, then we do that, but I don't think we can go any farther. It's done, right? I mean, I think it's over.
Here again, I'll go back to the clerks, but to my understanding, here again, it goes back to the pandemic. They didn't do it some of them years. We're on Zoom.
Oh.
Some of the people didn't, weren't even counting all the meetings. So I know everything wasn't being signed for and all that. Am I correct, girls? Right. So.
But pretty much it's being signed for now, so it's under control. I don't see us having to anymore, and just go on if you want to make a change, in my opinion.
Mr. Collard?
I'm having computer problems, I'm afraid. I'm trying to run this report.
Supervisor Albrecht.
I stated earlier that we are one of the few counties that copy this like we're doing. I think most of the counties don't abolish this, they don't do this anymore.
Supervisor Gordon.
I'd like to call the question.
Motion made and seconded to call the question.
Nobody else.
Now we gotta vote on it. Now we gotta vote having the question called. Okay, we're just gonna call the question by voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Nay. Carried.
Press abstain, you can use yell and abstain.
Okay. So all those in favor of Resolution 9108-2022 signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Nay. Carried. Resolution number 9208-2022, petitioning the Secretary of Transportation for airport improvement aid. Supervisor Gabbard. Motion's made and seconded, and I think did I just push this here, Sue? And I do not see anything on the board here. Are you ready for me to take the vote? Yep. So all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Carried. Resolution number 9308-2022, amend Rule 8.3 to require all materials for the Winnebago County Board meetings and all commission, board, and committee meetings only be delivered electronically by the Winnebago County Clerk's Office to Winnebago County Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Norton. Motion made and seconded. Supervisor Panzer.
Yes, I'm kind of against this, and the reason why is it's right in front of us. The computers don't always work and bring things up, and I'd hate to lose everything. I don't think it's a bad deal to have it on paper. I like to keep it filed. Just like that. At any rate, I do not want the computer, everything, I like it on paper. Wi-Fi goes out, you lose it. I do want
Supervisor Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me explain why I brought this forward. First of all, when we were given these iPads back in 2016, 2017, it was originally ideal is that we would join what many other governing boards are doing, is having all their information being transmitted and by an iPad or some kind of computer-related device. That's why I'm bringing it forward, because no one had done it before that. I'm bringing it forward a couple of reasons. The savings. We have a small savings. I did work with the county clerk's office. The savings would be about $9,500 a year. We'd save it in postage and in printing. And also, I think if we would do it, like I talked to the county clerk, and you can ask her yourself, it would be uniformly. We'd all be getting the same materials at the same time. It wouldn't be this thing where, okay, I get my agendas and everything on Tuesday afternoon when I get the email from the clerk's office saying it's ready. I've heard other supervisors say, I haven't got mine. Well, it's the mail. Well, everyone would get it the same. And that's another reason why we should do it. And consistency, everyone would get the same. And that's why we should use these devices. The county has given us devices, I don't know what their cost is, $300, $400, but they've given us devices to get the information we need. And the question came up from a couple of my servers, well, Mr. Norton, Supervisor Norton, what are you going to do if I'm one who, right now, I'm using two devices. We have to use this device to vote. I'm using a device with my agenda and the information. What if I don't want to do that? Well, I tell you what, you have the option. If you don't want to use, you can go down to the clerk's office right after they post it and it gives the agenda packet, and you can get your own hard copy, or you can print out your own hard copy. Like I say, right now, we have been given these devices, and the original intent back in 2016, around there, was that this is how we would be getting our information, agendas, minutes, whatever. So that's why I'm bringing it forward now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Hanson.
Yeah, I've heard, thank you. I've heard, I understand the reasoning for this. I really do. But I have heard, not just here, but in other situations, that some people are not comfortable with the electronic communications. I am also wondering, like, if I were to take today, I haven't counted the pages. There's what, 30, 40 pages of exhibits and language. I'm worried that they won't necessarily be read or even utilized. I did ask at the beginning to information services. There's no guarantee that when the email is opened that it's then read. So I think I'm inclined to go for both paper and the electronic devices right now.
Supervisor Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Supervisor Norton's resolution here is very well intentioned. This isn't the first time this has come up with this county board, and I will remind the county board that when it did come up a few years ago, at the same time we had some, I guess, disability resolutions come up, and where I'm going with that is that I don't think we should exclude anybody because they're not good at using the computer. I think that we should, welcome everybody at their ability. I get what Mr. Norton is saying with going down to the county clerk's office and printing that out, but I also believe that we should meet people where they are. I think eventually we will get there, that everything will be electronically, but I don't think now's the time. Thank you.
Supervisor Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple points on this. This resolution actually was originally proposed to JPS, and I had asked for some follow-up information, and it just came right to the board, which is fine. But let me share my three questions I had, my three areas. The first was the availability, generally speaking, and the availability to manage the technology, the equity of the treatment of all individuals. As was stated previously, we have members who are not able to properly manage technology or have easy access to the internet to download the documents or have the printers or have the ability to drive readily to the county clerk's office to pick it up. And this was brought up during the organizational meeting. I'm sure y'all remember that. And I added email as just an option for these documents. And we had a conversation in total, because it came up three different times, about an hour conversation in total about adding email just as an option. And it was clear that was a concern. And so I think we have to take that in consideration with this one. The next is learning from past resolutions, and it's the due diligence that's required. And I'm going to actually reiterate something that Supervisor Nichols had said when it came to the recording of meetings and committee meetings and such, that we should have done due diligence to really understand what the implications are. And the question I had is, have you gone to the county clerk's office to get their point of view on this? Not just if it's a good idea, but what are some concerns? What are some issues? What are additional costs and management? And I still haven't heard what those concerns are. So maybe after this, it would be great to hear from the county clerk's office, just so we understand the implications that puts them into. And the last one, which I find really odd, is that a citizen can request printed copies, but a supervisor can't. At least that's how I kind of took it. So I thought that was a strange stipulation in that. So those were the three concerns I had, if you will. But I would love to hear from someone in the county clerk's office about this resolution. Thank you.
Supervisor Flom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think with this, it's very well intentioned. I mean, I myself personally, I moved within my district recently, and some of my packets, and this is no slight toward the clerk's office at all, it's just the mail, have been late. Sometimes they've been put in the wrong box. My neighbor then drops them off in front of my apartment, which is irritating to me because he's paying for them to be sent to the wrong place. So with all that said, though, I would like this to be a little bit more workshopped in committee to talk through that. Maybe we could have an opt-in versus opt-out option for supervisors who feel like they can go paperless. I understand that everybody can at this time. So with that, I would make the recommendation that this be sent to committee. I'm not going to make a motion because other people have things they want to say, but that's the direction I would like to go in, because I think this is very well intentioned, but we could kind of work around this and make probably a better solution for those who struggle with the internet and with their iPads right now. Thank you.
Supervisor Horan.
Thank you, Mr. Egan. Thank you. I have, I'm one of those computer innocents. I am old enough to not have gone to school with a computer. I struggle with my fingers and texting. My thought is that the county clerk's office ask who would like to get theirs have their county board information sent to them by paper, and those who are happy using their computers, and let me tell you, I spoke with Nate today and said, you've got to help me move my emails into files. I mean, that's how ignorant I am with this. And it's not that I don't want to learn it. I do. My children look at me and say, Mom, we talked to you about this 3 days ago. Yeah, well, that was 3 days ago. I would like to continue getting the printed, but if we can come up with a solution to those who are computer literate, being able to do all of theirs online with their computers, I think that would be super, and those who need the paper would be able to get it. Thank you.
Supervisor Gustafson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I like where this resolution is coming from, but I definitely hear the concerns. Let me be very clear. And I think a lot of it comes down to a few words, in my opinion. The one major one, actually, that was just mentioned was in line 21, where it says shall only be delivered electronically, and maybe flipping that to may only be delivered electronically, which gives the option to the supervisors that did want to just have it delivered to them through their tablets. Now, I just also kind of alluded to my other point here was tablets. Twice in this resolution, both in lines 18 and 26, it mentions iPads. Yes, at the time we're using iPads. Most likely this is what we're going forward with, but technology does change and we could switch to a different provider, if you will, for our technology. An iPad is actually more of a strict brand name, if you will. So my recommendation would just be changing iPad to tablet device.
Supervisor Eisen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that we refer this to the Rules Committee, the Judiciary Committee. That's where you can hammer out some alternatives so that we can let the people who don't want to get paper not get paper. So if there's a second, we can send it to the committee, get it adjusted, and follow the rules.
Did I hear a second? Second. Motion made and seconded. Back to the rules. Have to vote on that.
Point of order, please. Can we repeat the committees again that Mr. Eisen suggested that would be put to?
Committees that I want to be referred to. What committees do you want it to be referred to?
Judiciary, the Rules Committee.
Okay, well, as a member of the Information Systems Committee, I think this falls in line with that, and it should be put back.
We invite the Information Committee to come to the Judiciary Committee for a joint committee session.
This is affecting rules, and the Judiciary and Public Safety Committee is the committee of jurisdiction, but obviously is.
That's fine, but I mean, IS has an impact on that rule. So it should be.
If you want it, you can.
It's at 6 o'clock on the second Monday.
All right, I'll do my best.
I just have a question. You brought up a good thing, and it shouldn't even be said, but I'm going to ask it because I was brought up last time. Has IS committee even met? They were supposed to give a report back at this month, and they didn't, so.
We're working on scheduling our second committee.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have met once. We have decided with Patty Francoeur that we are going to meet quarterly. So 4 times a year. We've been having some struggles finding a common meeting time. However, I recently sent out a survey, and everyone except one committee member has responded, so we will just be pooling the average.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I forgot about it earlier, so thank
That's
you.
okay.
And just as a follow-up, if it goes to judiciary, if the IS committee believes they should have some input, there's nothing to say it can't also go to the IS committee.
I guess in response, I would say that the IS committee would take that up as a topic that they would like to provide an opinion.
The only question is if you're meeting quarterly, you might have an issue with a timely consideration of this.
Correct. Because of our quarterly meetings, it would make more sense to go to JPS, and if IS is able to show up, or if you'd like to write a statement, we can read it on your behalf, I guess, if you can't make the meeting.
The two
I don't
chair
know, how
people
does that?
want to meet, the two chair people of the two committees, and see if you can meet, that'd be up to you too, but, so. Motion has been made and seconded to have it go back to committee of jurisdiction. Ready? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. That's where it's going, is back to committee of jurisdiction. Resolution number 9408, 2022, authorize the electric and natural gas underground easement between Winnebago County and Wisconsin Public Service. Supervisor Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for approval of resolution number 94-08, 2022.
Motion made and seconded. Not seeing any discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Supervisor Albrecht, I'm open for adjournment. Motion made and seconded adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. We are adjourned.